So I got an email. No hate to the person who sent it. Hi Vosh. So I was wondering if you've seen this video about what a handful of billionaires, including Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, are planning to use this administration to accomplish. It's very disturbing. I want to hear your thoughts on it. By the way, someone in one of your videos chats asked you if you watched it, and you asked if they were a bot. I'm confused because I sincerely wanted to know if you've seen this. The bots are getting sophisticated, man. The bots are getting more advanced. I do feel a little bad sometimes because I know that when I talk to people and the jokes that we build up here, I feel like it's mostly kind of cultivated to the responses that I get over email. But every once in a while, I take a look at my YouTube comment section and I remember, wow, a lot of the people who watch me are like not vibing with the zillennial hyper post irony gamer anime discourse. You know, like there are people who are dead ass like waking up going, I'm going to get some news on what's going on in government today, and then watching a video of mine and missing like 80% of the jokes, which is, I mean, it's fantastic. You know, it's nice to have that kind of like reach and range, but it's you get what I mean, right? You know you're off screen, right? Yeah, I know. Can you hear me? Test, test. You can hear me, right? So the message is coming through. It's all good. Should do a whole stream like this. No? Ah, rip. Rip. Yeah, Vosh, deal with it. You are Dan Rather for those 35 and under. The thing, it's because I cover politics. Uh, because like NL, the only other YouTuber I watch now, certainly the only streamer, he also rocks with that shit, and everyone's on board because he's not talking politics. There's not like an overlap with a different demographic interest, you know? I'm not getting you all up on it. I go to NL for my Costco news. Yeah, I want to know how many booms the share price is at any given point. And he's good for that. Vile Nihilist, you can't link. Did you just link a Discord MP3? Like an MP3 that's hosted on Discord? Are you insane? You really think I'm going to click that? I'd have to download that. I had to convert it to a voice note. I respect the effort, but you gotta... Good lord. You see the worst mass shooting in Swedish history happen today? Yeah, so that's what, like 2 people? I'm sorry, just being glib. It's too bright in here. 10? That's actually pretty bad. Around 10. Hmm. The shooting happened at around 1 p.m. local time at Riksbioska School in Årebo, 125 miles west of Stockholm. Is that really the best way to describe the location of this place? 125 miles west of Stockholm? Roberto Aid Forrest, Årebro's chief of local police, said that, quote, around 10 Puli have died in the shooting, but they could not currently be more precise. Fascinating. Risquera School is a formerly a high school and now an education center for adults who did not complete school. Wait, what kind of school shooting is that? It's not even it's not even a school for kids. It's an adult school. What a strange target. Huh. Like for a GED? Yeah, I guess so. That's just weird because normally like the thing that's like school shooters are sickos and freaks, you know? Like the main thing they get off on is like the power over people weaker than them, terror of the, you know, kids or what. It's just it's odd. It's targeted at immigrants. Most of the people who go to these schools are Arab immigrants. Ah, yep. That makes sense. Yep. Who did not complete school. Yep. So like yeah, like ESL shit. I wonder when the last school shooting in Sweden was. Shit, I don't. If that's true and that's the motivation, I don't know if you could call it a school shooting. Like, school shooting doesn't literally just mean shooting at a school, right? Like, there's kind of a like a cultural implication there. This is more of a. This would be more of a hate crime if that's the intended. It's like yeah, it's like a terror attack. More. It's just like it happened at a school, you know. But we're inferring, you know. We don't know for sure. I guess we'll see if more information comes out. Seismic activity in Greece is intensifying. The whole volcanic region has an earthquake swarm that is moving northward to what we just figured out was a vastly larger caldera of the supervolcano that Santorini was only a part of. No sign of super eruption, but volcanogenesis of a new minor volcano or eruption could occur. Well, that's sick. I mean, at least they're letting some pressure off. Hmm. Let me see. The gunman took his own life after the massacre, of course. Open fired with an assault rifle. An assault rifle? What do you have to do to get an assault rifle in Sweden? Nordic countries have looser laws because of all the polar bears, right? Yeah, serve students who are over 20, including classes for immigrants and for people with disabilities, according to the website. Hmm. But no children were killed, so it's like pretty targeted. Well, this is another incel thing, I bet. No, well, I mean, we don't know, but anti-immigrant attack seems more likely based on like the demographics and, you know, such and such. The shooter was a white Swedish man. The victims were sorry. Fox News autoplays. I apologize. Um, Shooter was a white Swedish man. Victims were immigrants who were attacking SSL classes. Yeah, penis music. It was Fox News talking about China. I guess there's not much else to say at the moment. Then Is it bad? Shootings are typically bad, yeah. I'm not really an objective morality guy, but I think that intersubjectively people have mostly arrived at the conclusion that it's bad that when they happen, you know? If it does turn out that this is like a racially motivated terror attack, I wonder if people are going to do another like Sandy Hook over it. You know what I mean? Like this is a big false flag to villainize the right or whatever. You mean Uvalde? No, that's not what happened. You're just pulling fragments of memory from your vape pen and Genshin Impact addled mind. Uvalde was a totally different incident. They already are. People in my Facebook group are saying it's a false flag to reduce right-wing sympathies and to make our gun laws more restrictive. In Sweden? Man, American conservatism really is like the most infectious political bias in the world, you know? In Sweden, humans are just the worst everywhere. If you engaging in sophomoric misanthropy, I'm breaking into your house and stealing your shit. Posting notice. FBI gives over thousands of names to Trump. Couldn't hold out forever. The FBI purge. It's real, it's happening, and it's totally unnecessary. The FBI was already full of conservatives. Right, CNN. I forgot. I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand what makes you guys think it's a false flag. You misheard and you should pay better attention. I never said it's a false flag. I said other people are going to call it a false flag. This might just radicalize the remaining ones against the Trumpist law. I feel like it's really bad right now to express literally any optimism because the past few months have not been kind to optimistic interpretations of the future. Like the tea leaves have not been giving good signals. However, I do believe, in spite of everything, that the people running this coup are deeply incompetent and not just in a like you're going to have microplastics in your food kind of way, but in a like they're going to break everything for everyone including themselves kind of way. And I do think there is a real possibility this backfires. First of all, how the fuck do you replace thousands of FBI agents? Like, just that, do you, like, this isn't even a matter of, like, security clearances. There is just a baseline level of competency that you need in order to work any kind of federal system. You know? You're basically permanently crippling the department. And any of the remaining FBI agents, the ones who stay, the ones who stick around, are probably going to feel pretty goddamn resentful because a lot of their buddies got fired for literally no reason. They were conservatives, and they got fired because they were assigned to the Jan 6 cases, to the Mar-a-Lago case, to whatever else. They're probably going to use this as a threat and fire only a small amount. Yeah, but like, unlike immigrants, you know, FBI agents have power. So if a lot of them harbor resentments, I don't know. The FBI has an enormous hiring backlog. They can't find anyone that meets their hiring requirements. Yeah, you have to meet like a pretty stringent set of requirements to be an FBI agent. A lot of them being moral ones and not positive moral ones at that. Have they gone after Fauci yet? They revoked his security clearances. Several FBI employees on Tuesday sued the Justice Department. Oh, that just happened today. Okay. Accusing it of violating the Constitution and privacy laws by demanding the agents complete a survey allegedly designed to purge Bureau personnel. The agents want a federal judge to block the Trump administration from publishing or releasing the surveys or any information including the answers. I mean, we'll see. Oh, that's not legal. I mean, none of this is legal, obviously. But, like, who cares, right? Move fast and break things. It's like, again, I know I keep going back to this comparison, but with the Nazis, like, the Nazis broke Weimar laws in the establishment of their own order, but they moved a lot slower. Like, when the Nazis took over, Hitler became chancellor or whatever, they worked, like, legislatively to build, like, the foundations of their, genocidal Reich, right? It wasn't like day one, infinite retribution against everyone. The Nazis were competent yet. No, no, no. The Nazis were not competent at all. And any serious historical investigation of what they did and how they did it reveals that fact. They genuinely were not. Um, but they did move a lot slower than this, at least in the beginning. And there's a reason for that. You just make a lot of unnecessary enemies, you know? The Nazi book burning literally happened the same year Hitler was appointed. Yeah? And? For one, book burnings happened continuously, and they had happened prior to that point. A book burning isn't like the same as a... that's just a thing that can happen. Also, that's within 1 year. We're 2 weeks out from the start of this administration. Also, pretty big difference between targeting an extremely niche like Sex and Gender Institute and their research versus firing a third of your federal police force for no reason. No reflexive contrarianism. But if you're fast enough, no one will be able to react properly. Yeah, but you also make a lot of unnecessary enemies. And there has to be a consequence to that. At least I'd like to believe so. Wouldn't this hurt Trump as well in the long run? Are you listening to me? What do you think their actual plan is like 2 years into the presidency? I don't know if they have a plan for 2 years into the presidency. I just don't know. Vosh, remember in Europe we had many fascist dictatorships for decades that only fell because of war after 30 plus years? Yeah, but it's different now. We live in a globalized economy and all Americans are treatlers who want their tasty treats from China. People aren't willing to endure the kind of state repression, the austerity, the economic blowback, the cultural backlash, the way people used to. In the 1920s, 1930s, in a European country, 99% of your economy was domestic. The only people you ever met were from your village. Maybe you go into a big city from time to time and admire the big brick factories with their looms on the inside or whatever. Like, You only knew your own people. Tribalism was a lot easier. Nowadays, you motherfuckers, everyone's connected. Everyone's seeing smartphone videos of everything. Everybody's entitled. You people are spoiled with your goddamn burrito taxis. And even American conservatism is framed in libertarian context, you know? It's not like the average Republican would be happy if police, like, randomly searched their car. You know that, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that in Germany in 1936, if there was a Gestapo agent who was like, "We would like to search your coach, your horse and buggy, in case you are hiding enemies of the state." I feel like a lot of people would be like, "Finally, somebody's doing something about those enemies of the state." Whereas if you had your average, like, Midwestern MAGA hat wearing, you know, fucking Trump guy get stopped by the police to ask, like, to search his vehicle, he would flip the fuck out. Like, Americans are value, I don't want to say they value their freedom because that makes America sound cool, and it's not. Americans value, like, being individuals who don't believe in society. Americans don't believe in society. Americans don't want to make any personal sacrifice whatsoever, even if they perceive it as being beneficial to society. They don't care because we're entitled, fat, spoiled, lazy, stupid, and ugly. So as a oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say we. I'm great. They. Um, Hyper-individualism might actually work to our benefit, at least slightly here. Isn't that mainly the case for white people, though? Yeah, which in this case is a good thing. Atomization makes fascism easier, not harder. You have to listen to the words that I say. You can't just say a thing you already know as though it debunks what I've said. You have to engage with the actual substance of what I've said. Atomization makes fascist radicalization easier. This kind of atomization might make people less willing to endure the hardship that comes with a truly fascist state. You have to listen. You have to we can't keep doing this, guys. You choose to type in. It's not like I'm going up to the people in VGG and hitting their desk with a ruler when they're napping and asking them what the last thing I said was. You choose to type, thus drawing attention to your level of engagement with the content. I feel like you would if I could. Yeah, I would, but I can't. I bet they haven't even liked the stream on YouTube. It's fucked up. I already did. I don't believe you. Perhaps the most passionate response has been from James Dennehy, the top leader of the FBI's New York field office. That's a pretty important position. Who told his staff he's prepared to dig in to defend them. CNN obtained a copy of Dennehy's email, which reads in part, "I still remember the first time I dug a foxhole back in the Marines back in 1993. Jesus Christ. I had nothing more than an e-tool that I carried around everywhere, which was a mini shovel. I dug with that damn thing all day long to build myself a 2-foot by 2-foot hole in the hard ground about 5 feet deep. It sucked, but it worked. That foxhole provided me with the protection I needed for the battle that was to come." Where were you? In 1993? Okay. And when the bullets flew, it was worth the effort. Desert Storm? Were people digging... Pardon my complete unfamiliarity with military tactics circa 93. In Desert Storm, were people digging foxholes? My understanding was that we blitzed the Iraqi army so quickly that there would been no... We weren't taking stationary positions. Soldiers always dig? I guess that's true. If you leave soldiers alone for long enough and they have shovels, they'll just dig. Soldiers always have to entrench? I mean, that's not always true. I know that's not always true, but okay. Whatever. He was in that hole for the entire duration of the war. Yeah, what he's not telling you is that his hole digging had nothing to do with the military operation at the time. They just overwhelmed the Iraqi army. He was just digging holes. He was just chilling at base. The bullets were flying like 18 miles west, okay? He was just going down. It was literally a show of force. Yeah, it was based. Don't invade Kuwait next time, dipshit. Skill issue. How many times have I invaded Kuwait? 0. How many times have I had my entire military crippled into nothing in like a day? 0. Today we find ourselves in the middle of a battle of our own, as good people are being walked out of the FBI and others are being targeted because they did their jobs in accordance with the law and FBI policy. On a day like today, I find myself searching for my old e-tool, ready to put in the sweat and effort to dig that foxhole, as I have that feeling that I need to do right by this office. Well, I'm glad he's being cringe in support of resisting some elements of fascist incursion into, we'll say, already a pretty problematic branch of the federal government. I will support each and every one of you with whatever personal decision you make, but I'm sticking around to defend you, your work, your families, and this team we call the flagship. Time for me to dig in. That's great, man. Well, good luck. Thousands of holes now appear outside FBI HQ. They're digging in. If Desert Storm was so effective, how come Saddam was still there 10 years later? Because they didn't send me in with Desert Storm. Not to say nothing specific, but if I had been part of Desert Storm, Saddam would not have been around to cause 9/11. He would not have been flying the planes into the World Trade Center. You talk a big game, but Saddam is the best hole digger ever. Well, that's why they didn't get him the first time. Oh my god. Somebody needs to design a human body that doesn't need to have its neck cracked like all the time. That would be so amazing. Body 2? Yeah, we need to invent Body 2. Let me see. Senate panel advances RFK Jr.'s nomination to be health secretary. Yeah, that sounds about right. Voted along party lines, pretty much what you would expect. We'll see what the total vote ends up being. This is the vote to advance the vote, not the vote itself. 14-13 was pretty close, though. Yeah. Well, I didn't expect any Democrats from the Finance Committee to vote in favor of his nomination. After he finally managed to allay concerns, it's all fascist propaganda. Don't listen to this bullshit. Voting to vote's the stupidest thing ever. No, trust me, you really don't want the Senate itself handling every step of every deliberation and every Senate confirmation hearing all the way up to the vote. I promise you, you don't want that, okay? We have enough you know, stopgapping in Congress. We don't need to add to it. Couldn't they filibuster this shit? No, you can't. You can't really filibuster this. It's, you can delay it a little bit, but like at the end of the day, your vote is your vote. The Democrats don't really have the procedural power that they would need. Okay, but could they just not vote? Sure. RFK Jr. Appointed to HHS secretary of a vote of 50-0. Is that what you want? Yeah, you can abstain. You're allowed to do that. That's legal. Getting through the bullshit links before we get to the fucking El Salvador Supermax prison they're going to send all of us in for believing in pronouns or whatever. Oh yeah, I saw this. This is a first. It's the same district that I went to. Cal Poly. What's up? Delighted to share with you this week at the CSU Board of Trustees meeting, the Office of the Chancellor announced a first-of-its-kind public-private initiative. I love public-private initiatives. To establish the CSU as the nation's first and largest AI-powered public university system to serve its entire community. Yay! This initiative will make learning, research, professional development, and teaching tools, including ChatGPT, available to all students, faculty, and staff across all 23 CSU universities. You guys ready for every library at CSU schools to have, like, the ChatGPT corner? Like, they'll have 4 computers in the library that are the only ones that were made more recently than 2005. And the only thing you can do on them is use ChatGPT. And people are going to line up for them. They're going to be like, yeah, I've got an essay tomorrow. Hold on one second. What year did the Napoleonic Wars start? Okay, okay. It's good. Just replace the teachers. Who cares, man? I do Uber part-time driving college students at a top 10 university, and I overhear them complaining about being caught using ChatGPT all the time. Yeah, it's pretty much over. Millennials are genuinely going to be like the peak of human civilization. And I'm not saying that as a way of glazing millennials, okay? Just like purely through material circumstances. Life expectancy, the last generation to finish education before ChatGPT convinced every student that the best way to get through life was to not do the work. Don't worry, here in Germany, students are already using ChatGPT en masse and almost always fail when using it. Well, yeah, but that's a false, like, that's a plane with holes in it kind of dilemma. You mean the ones who don't get caught with using ChatGPT are the ones who pass? Like, yeah, the ones you catch with ChatGPT getting failed, maybe. But then everyone's getting failed anyway. We expect that these tools will be available within the next few weeks. In the meantime, I want to share with you some key highlights. The CSU is collaborating with some of the world's leading tech companies, including Adobe, Alphabet, AWS, IBM, Instructure, Intel, LinkedIn, Microsoft, NVIDIA, OpenAI, as well as the office of Gavin Newsom. We will provide a dedicated AI platform to all students, faculty, and staff at no cost, enhanced AI learning tools, resources, and professional development and consultation with faculty and staff, and AI workforce training opportunities for students. AI workforce training opportunities for students. What in the ever-loving fuck does that mean? The CSU has established an AI workforce acceleration board that will identify and advocate for AI skills needed in the workplace and will work alongside CSU students and faculty on pressing issues such as climate change and housing affordability. We made it woke. We made it woke. We're balancing it out. We're compensating. Don't worry, guys. Leveraging AI technologies to create impactful solutions. Oh, yeah. This initiative, which surpasses any existing university model in both scale and impact, positions the CSU as a global leader among higher education systems in the impactful, responsible, and equitable adoption of artificial intelligence. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure performance from the students who attend these universities is going to skyrocket after this is implemented. I mean, honestly, with shit like this going on, who needs the Department of Education? Do you think educators basically have to integrate AI into education to adapt to the environment? AI and education have nothing to do with one another. They can't really coexist. There's no like adopting it. What do you do to integrate that? All right, class. I'm gonna pull up ChatGPT and I'm gonna up my microphone sensitivity and we're gonna use the voice to text. Now everyone try asking one question. How many fingers and toes do humans have? Uh, uh, okay, I guess it doesn't know that one. It doesn't know that one. Next question. What does dick taste like? All right, all right. ChatGPT is giving like, I'm sorry, we're not authorized to answer questions of that nature. You're using AI GPT Classroom Account Plus, which you know, et cetera, et cetera. What are we getting out of this? Looking forward to literacy rates plummeting even further. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. This initiative will be announced at a press conference at San Jose State University on February 4th. That's today. Wow. Well, that's great. Looks like the press conference hasn't happened yet. Well, you still need to read to use ChatGPT, though. That's not really literacy. No, it's not. Literacy, you know, the comprehension you need to demonstrate goes far beyond just like parsing direct information supplied to you by ChatGPT. Did you see the discourse on Twitter from, I don't know, some weeks ago, where somebody was like, please, God, as things get worse, literacy goes down, the world falls to fascism, please read books. And then there was a quote tweet that had like 50K, maybe 100K likes that was like, just read. You know, books cost money. I think it's time we acknowledge that reading is a privilege. And when I saw that, I was like, damn, I guarantee you like 80% of the likes on that tweet are from students using ChatGPT to skip their course assignments. Oh my God. What is a public library? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to pull the other one too. I don't even give a fuck if there was no public library. Books are like $1. What are you talking about? Literally, books are so cheap. You can go to any used bookstore, of which there are thousands, and like basically free. There you can get it online. You can afford it. I don't care, MF Read. It's the victim mentality thing again. It's people using the language of progressivism to like get away with masking character flaws, you know? If you're too lazy to read, that's your fucking fault. Don't pretend that this is like an economic barrier, okay? Come on. They also just think that effort is uncool. That's why they do the whole TLDR and act nonchalant about everything. I mean, that's like all young people to an extent. It is true, however, that caring about things needs to come back in vogue, you know? Didn't we all agree that the like edgy doesn't care about anything kind of pro tag fell to the wayside in the early 2000s? Like we had our fill of that. And nowadays people are like, actually, I like it when the main character cares about things. Isn't that why everyone liked Tanjiro? I don't know. You need to model that shit in your day-to-day life, okay? Be like Luffy. If that's what gets you up in the morning, if that's what makes you go like, I'm gonna try a little harder, you have to be like Luffy. People in YouTube chat are acting like books are super expensive. Lol. Just say you're too lazy to read, dude. That's what I do. I'm not out here pretending. Well, I guess it wouldn't work for me because I have a extremely important, prestigious, and difficult job. But like, come on, don't pretend that this is like a financial barrier. You can Google blank PDF. No one gives a shit. Okay. Books are just another antiquated medium. We're in the like snap ban era. I'm just warning you guys. Like if the world is succumbing to fascism, I'm holding the gates on my chat for as long as I can. I'm not tolerating this, okay? You can get stuff from books you could never get from movies, and you could get stuff from movies you could never get from books. Don't pit two bad bitches against each other, okay? You've got books and movies, and they're both stacked broads, pressing their chests up against each other, but there's no reason for them to fight when they could get along and make out and ignore you because you're a loser. Um, they're both important. Make that a short. Shit, you're right. That would be a good short. Fuck, I need to hit the button. Where's the button? Whatever. I need the button. I read the first 4 Dune books for free from the Internet Archive. Listen, all I can say, and I mean this, all I can say is that I have seen more movies than I have read books, and there have been some movies that I have watched that I think have meaningfully changed my personality. The most recent one, probably The Lighthouse. I think that gave me like a much greater appreciation for certain types of like performance, like acting. Like there were things I didn't care about before, and then I watched it, and then I was like, oh, I think I actually do care about that more than I thought that I did. But there have been, even with the relatively small number of books that I've read, a significant number of them have substantially changed the way that I think about the world. And I think the earliest ones after I was like, I don't know, 13 or whatever, like I don't remember what I was reading at 8, but the first ones that I read that did that were Kurt Vonnegut books, I think. And then since then, like pretty consistently, if I take the time to read, it's like, oh wow, I've like I'll put it in terms you guys will appreciate, okay? I leveled up, right? I had like 10 free chests, but you have to buy the keys, and reading it gave me a key, and I rolled a platinum or something. It was a 4-star. I get it now. There you go. There you go. Did you read Life of Pi though? Yes, actually. And I did not care for it. You caught up in the show Severance? No. About 20,000 federal workers have taken buyout offer, official says. That is not a lot. About 1% of the federal workforce, but still substantially less than the White House's target of 5 to 10%. Have they said which departments the buyouts are from? Like, it'd be really funny. I feel like you could get some really good jokes out of like if certain departments more people were leaving. Like, what if all of the federal workers that are about to leave are in the Department of Education because they're like, oh, if I get paid out till the end of the year, that's better than me getting fired in like 8 days when they just destroy the department anyway. You know, like they're only getting a more expensive buyout on people they would be firing anyway. The actual buyout is legally dubious. I wonder if they're even going to get paid. It'd be so funny if they didn't. They were probably going to retire anyway. Yeah, this is people who are like 68, you know? They're like ready. They've been working here for 35 years. No way are they getting paid. Federal layoffs likely if too few employees choose to quit, memo says. That's great. Workers have until Thursday to decide whether to take an offer to resign now or be paid through the end and be paid through the end of September if they get paid. Any likelihood they'll start to lay off USPS workers? Yes, very likely. Ah, for once, I was more merciful than you, Thana. People have to learn. No, no, Thana. You're good. Kohler wrote, the GSA's Federal Acquisition Service is being asked to cut its program by 50%, reflective of agency management's goal to have the size of its staff. Yeah, 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 yeah. Didn't they already talk about privatizing the UPS? Well, they talked about privatizing the UPS. Oh, USPS. Sorry, not UPS. USPS. There aren't any like formal plans drawn on it, but there aren't many formal plans drawn on anything. All this is kind of being done, off the cuff. Why do we give time to people like this? The couple who wants to make America procreate again. Literally every single time you see like a story about people like this, they are very wealthy, either trust fund freaks or they worked in finance. And after making all the money they need, they're now burning like $250,000 a year, maintaining a completely dead agricultural estate where they do nothing but pose for photo shoots they pay for to tell other people how trad they are. Also, what the fuck is this? She looks like an Amish woman and he's wearing like 1910s contemporary slim fit retard chic. What the fuck is this? Yellow shoes, red quarter zip over Henley with the it's disgusting. It's revolting. At least she's trying. She's wearing like a she's there she looks like she's going to a Ren fair and he looks like he's I don't know, coming to a high school to pick up his child and his girlfriend. The kids' boots are cute. The kids look great. They're rocking it. Fantastic. Very impressive stuff. He got a fuckload of buttons on his jacket, Lamau. I wasn't thinking of making fun of him for that, but if you want to take that angle, that's okay. This is not the first article on these people. I've seen they're eugenicists. Yeah, of course. They always think they're 150 IQ, and then you learn more about them, and it turns out that they're both the product of incest and they eat each other's toenail clippings or something. Like they're freaks, like weird fucking freaks, and they're never as smart as they think they are. Toenails have good protein. I don't think that's true. I think you just said that. Hmm. Well, we'll see how many people quit. Oh my God. As Trump offers to buy out as many government workers as possible, OpenAI announces new version of ChatGPT designed to do government work. Hell yeah, man. I can't wait for my yearly tax filing to get processed by not even an algorithm, but like a language learning or large language model. I can't wait. Do your own taxes? I do. I self-file, or at least I did. Elon may or may not have gotten rid of the open file or the whatever the fuck. Doesn't mean it's digestible, potato butt plug. Lots of things are made of protein. Go out there eating keratin and beetle shells. We don't have the enzymes. Maybe you don't have the enzymes, okay? I'm enzyme maxing and digestion pilled. Too much Zoomer slang. Enzyme? My stomach acid constantly looks like a bath that's had a bath bomb dropped into it, you know? Can digest anything. Sounds incredibly painful. Maybe to a guy like you. All right. One second. Let me communicate with my overlords. One moment. We don't have the microbes to digest chitin. Well, maybe you don't. Okay. One second. All right, guys, I've got good news. This is something that I've talked about more in the past. It feels like it's becoming very relevant very quickly. The entire project of liberal modernity, in terms of like the exploitation of labor power, is finding ways to keep slavery but make people not notice. Basically, like it used to be back in the feudal days that everyone wasn't really a slave, but like you kind of like if you're a serf to a lord, you don't have a lot of choice, you know? Um, and then you lean in on colonialism and the massive like labor boom that you can get by taking advantage of people you literally actually own. You get chattel slavery, right? We all know, we read the history books because they haven't rewritten them yet, which they will soon. Um, then slavery is abolished, so you get sharecropping, which is kind of basically slavery, at least in terms of like labor exploitation, just a few technicalities switched around. And you also have like the brutal, modern like bourgeois proletariat dynamic of like 50 guys live in one room in a tenement apartment, then they go and work a 12-hour shift at the local factory, which isn't slavery and it's not even sharecropping, but you'll feel like a slave when you're dying of black lung at 28 years old. Being attended to by your 17 children who all work at the same coal mine that you work at. Anyway, life has on average gotten better for most people, but the fundamental goal has always been like, how do we find a group of people we can really fuck over? And in America today, there's two groups: undocumented immigrants and prisoners. We use our prisoners for slavery. Our prisoners are used to fight fires in California, very famously, very recently. But prisoners make lots of stuff. They make soap. They make clothing. They make license plates. They're used. This is not like them fulfilling their civic responsibility or whatever. This is private companies profiting from their labor. They get paid basically nothing, and they have very little choice in the matter. And then, of course, with undocumented immigrants, you don't do the work, you complain about the conditions, you get deported. So, not great. So, I ask you, now that we're reverting back to like a kind of, I don't know, techno-feudalistic fascism, where we have like 5 oligarchs who rule everything and everyone else can eat shit, what do we do to further magnify this distinction with like how do we, like, because we're getting rid of illegal immigrants, right? Like we're supposed to be doing that, right? We're not doing that, like, not really. We have to keep them around because they're easy to exploit, but like, how do we work on this? How do we bring back slavery in whatever capacity is possible? Well, I've got good news for you. Nayib Bukele, the president of El Salvador, who very famously imprisoned like 1% of his entire country, which admittedly did deal with a very serious gang problem, but he did so in a very cruel and, we'll say, extra legal fashion. Well, last stream, we talked about Trump talking with Bukele to send migrants to El Salvador regardless of where the migrants are from. Like, if you have migrants you want to deport and they're from Mexico, Guatemala, Venezuela, Colombia, whatever else, fuck it. Send them to El Salvador. Well, I've got more good news. Marco Rubio says El Salvador has offered to accept deportees from the United States of any nationality, including Americans. Prison colony! Let's go! No human rights, no oversight, no media. You want a journalist to look in the conditions of the prisons in El Salvador? Bukele will just shoot them. All of the protections, all the rights you have as an American, already very violated in our prisons, mind you, but you can say goodbye to all of them. These sound like actual camps? Yerp. It's pretty bad. Marco Rubio left El Salvador on Tuesday with an agreement from that country's president to accept deportees from the U.S. of any nationality, including violent American criminals now imprisoned in the United States. Now think for a second. What does Bukele get out of this? Money. And contracts from private corporations who are going to help build those prisons and run them. Obviously. And slaves. Which is the relevant link here? Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. It's this one! 40% of our prison population is already repaying its debt to society. In return, they receive a shorter sentence and learn a skill. This program is not available for rapists and murderers. So good news to you guys. Look at that. It's a sweatshop. Woo! Look at all those people. American citizens toiling away in an El Salvadoran sweatshop if you get arrested by the current regime. Political prisoners? You betcha. Why would you keep enemies of the state in America where they can benefit from the rights of an American citizen, the laws of the state that they're in, when you could just send them down here? Pretty good. Trump is also letting TPS expire and lumping them with migrants. My stepmom's family defected from Venezuela to live here under TPS. It's just a husband and wife with little kids. Really fucked. Yep. Hope they don't get sent here. What's going to happen to rapists and murderers? Put in general pop, I imagine. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Oh, by the way, if I'm remembering correctly, and I remember this very specifically, Elon Musk quote tweeted this and said this is the way. Just in case you're wondering what the intentions are here, like how obvious they're being with it, Elon Musk, the president of the United States of America, literally said yes to this. Like, yes, American citizens toiling in El Salvadoran sweatshops. Yes. Wasn't his robot supposed to replace this? No. They were supposed to increase the shareholder value of the Tesla. What's the difference between that and Soviet gulags? Well, Soviet gulags are cold. El Salvador is quite warm. So are Teslas being made in El Salvador now? It wouldn't surprise me. Look at this. Breaking. El Salvador and the United States have agreed to a plan to hold some of America's worst criminals in El Salvador's CSOT, considered the least fun prison in the world. Let's see how the thugs of Chicago, Atlanta, New York, LA, etc. enjoy the vacation there. Retweeted by President Bukele of El Salvador. I wonder what he means by thugs. So this is being referred to aspirationally. Yeah, we've all seen these video clips. There's only that many video clips from within these prisons because, you know, they don't have freedom of the press over there. At least not the way that we do. I'm no longer jealous of you America bros. That's the goal here. That's the goal here. We have offered the United States of America the opportunity to outsource part of its prison system. I love how straightforward it all is, you know? We are willing to take in only convicted criminals, including convicted U.S. citizens, thank you for the clarification, into our mega prison, CSOT, in exchange for a fee. That's great. The fee would be relatively low for the U.S., but significant for us, making our entire prison system sustainable. That's what I want a prison system to be, you know? Sustainable. This has 176,000 likes. It's gotten a bunch of positive attention from conservatives. Conservatives see images like this and they're like, yes, I would like American citizens to be here. That is good. This is what they want. Libertarians must be salivating at this. Bukele does consider himself a libertarian, which obviously, you know? It's pretty bad. I don't understand the appeal of this from a conservative perspective. You do mass arrests of your enemies and you send them and black people to a foreign country where they become slaves. What isn't appealing about it to a fascist? It's literally like the most them thing imaginable. It would be exorbitantly expensive. Who the fuck cares? That's not the point. I mean, you'll forgive me for going to the obvious comparison, but the Holocaust was not like a sensible economic decision to during wartime. Like leaving aside the morals, which you shouldn't, but even if you were only to look at it from an economic, this is actually one of the arguments Holocaust deniers make. They'll be like, why would the Holocaust have happened if it cost money? And then you have to say like, well, you don't care about money, you care about hurting people. You don't care how expensive it is to be Hitler. You just want to be Hitler. Like, you're still like that today. The U.S. government cannot deport American citizens, and such a move would be met with significant legal challenges. Would it? The State Department describes El Salvador's overcrowded prisons as harsh and dangerous. On its current country information webpage, it says, in many facilities, provisions for sanitation, potable water, ventilation, temperature control, and lighting are inadequate or non-existent. Bet you this is going to get deleted soon. Not being facetious, I think it will. I mean, they deleted all the information on HIV from the Health and Human or the CDC's website. Screenshot it. That's illegal. It's crazy that all of El Salvador has a lower population than LA County by like a significant amount. Yeah, Vosh, I was editing a video the other day about the tariffs, and I genuinely thought I was going insane for a moment, only to find that a Reuters article had literally been substantially rewritten to be favorable to Trump after he cucked out. The deletions and self-censorship is coming. Oh yeah, for sure. It's been happening for a while. Most of mainstream news was doing it with Israel too, you know, rewriting their articles so that anytime anything even remotely like, you know, condemnatory came out towards Israel, they would like, you know, make sure to puff it up with enough abstractions and vague, you know, storytelling. Happens pretty often. What language do they speak in El Salvador? You guys should learn it, you know, just in case. Is it Spanish or Portuguese? It's Spanish? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much everyone there speaks Spanish. I wonder how different it is to Mexican Spanish. Probably like a slight difference, but not too bad because they're not that far apart. Portuguese is only in Brazil? Okay, okay. I'm sure there's some bleed over, but okay. It's fine, Vosh. You've got it down pat already. Do you think the El Salvadoran gang members in the prison will all be cooped up with will appreciate the hard-hitting knocks of Los Angeles boy, you know? Pretty fly for a white guy. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis. Like that one. Do you think they have that song over there? I could introduce it to them. They'll hear how you say you love, how you say Bolivia, and they'll know you're one of them. It's true. All right. Let me send this one off to the mines, and we'll keep going. What's a good title for that? Like, Vile Nihilist. I'm not listening to the audio. I'm not listening to the audio randomly provided by a chat. It's never happening. I'm never doing that. New prison colony just dropped. Nah, that's not enough. Would like literally like American citizens to be sent to El Salvadoran sweatshops. You know, like what do you? How do you? Too long. I hate the titling limits. They invented white slavery. Well, they're gonna send black people there too. What about like they're planning a new form of slavery, and then like in the thumb, it says, "Welcome to El Salvador's sweatshops." I like that. Slavery 2 just dropped. I feel like a lot of people who watch my YouTube videos wouldn't appreciate hard-hitting humor like that, you know? Call them Trump gulags. You know, Trump gulags would actually be a pretty good term to like coin, you know what I mean? Maybe we should invest in that one early. Like maybe the immediate payoff doesn't use Trump gulags, but the long-term use of the term. Like Hoovervilles? Yes, because the first time somebody said Hoovervilles, I bet nobody gave a shit. They were like, Hooverville, that sounds dumb. But like now, it hits, you know? Essays, essays, essays. Just trying to come up with a goddamn title, man. Salvador. There we go. I demonstrated enthusiasm to my editors by adding a yes to the end of my prescription. The Trump gulags bit does go hard, though. Is this live? Congressional Democratic leaders hold briefing on Elon Musk getting access to the government. What if when I hit the button that said play, the video played? I know that's kind of crazy.
Yet Elon Musk took issue with that warning. He said, in answer to a tweet that I said that did this, he said, Doge, quote, is the one shot the American people have.
I can't watch this. I can't watch this. I can't watch this, man. This is going to make me feel worse. I feel worse when I look at the Democrats than I do when I look at the Republicans. When I look at the news and the Republicans are like, you know, we have made it illegal to smile in public and dog kicking is now mandatory. I'm like, oh, those crazy scamps. And then when I see the Democrats respond to that in the way that they do, it genuinely makes me feel a lot worse. Look at my lawyer, dog. I'm going to the Trump gulags.
Have to defeat bureaucracy
and
restore democracy.
The true
now, give me
logs.
A break. Nothing screams democracy like having a secret squad of company men pull off a hostile takeover of America's Social Security and tax information in the dead of night. That is not democracy.
That's great, man.
Democracy. We know what democracy's like. It's out in the open. It's not secret. You do two sides debate.
It genuinely is like insane and sickening that of the two parties, the Democrats are the less socially democratic. Like Trump and his cronies do way more to respond to the public interest and shape the public interest than Democrats do. It's insane. Like, imagine being this bad at understanding what your base wants when you are the Democratic Party, both in name and in intent, and your opposition is fascists, you know?
And then the elected officials make decisions. Democracy doesn't work in the shadows. Democracy doesn't skirt the rule of law. And it doesn't give special privilege to the ideas and needs of a group of ultra-wealthy people at the expense of American families. Of course we should talk about reform.
Also, his suit fits like shit. You've been gaining weight,
we
Schumer?
should find ways to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of government. But you know what history shows? When it's done in the dark of night, it always leads to bad results. When these Doge people decide to cut a program, have they even talked to the people who run the program?
I'm sorry, I just realized I didn't actually send the video file over to my editors. That's kind of part of the process. Okay.
Have they even done a little research? Have they heard the other side?
David Hogg is now DNC vice chair. That's hopeful. Is it? I don't really like David Hogg at all. Even a little bit, to be honest.
Or are they just in such rush to cut anything they can so that they can keep tax breaks and give deeper tax breaks to the wealthiest of Americans? Undoubtedly not. They are not checking. They are not debating. They are not doing things in sunlight. So, we want reform. We'd like to cut waste, but do it in front of the American people. Hear the arguments. Have the back and forth that has been the hallmark of this republic for over 200 years. You don't have a small group of select people who have little experience.
Remember how bombastic the DNC was? Like, the actual event, the convention. How do they pull that off? Like, how do they pull that off when all of their leadership is this allergic to charisma?
Breadth of government have access to these records and an ability to cut funding. The American people have a right to be part of the debate as to what programs should be cut. And just because a small group of people think they know better than the American people doesn't make it true. So, we are going to do everything we can to sound the alarm and fight with everything we've got to stop this horrible, horrible act by this.
God, I fucking hate him. I'm just like, just contempt.
Acquiescence,
I'm seething.
Encouragement of Donald Trump. Leader Jeffries.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. And before Leader Schumer was a man of the Senate, he was a man of the House. And so we always welcome you back over to the People's Chamber.
You know what I saw for the first time last night with my friends? Poor Things.
Democrats.
That was a really fucking good movie.
Always ready, willing, and able to work with anyone to find the common ground necessary to solve problems on behalf of hardworking American taxpayers, particularly as it relates to driving down the high cost of living. We understand.
This is the thing that really sickens me too, the way they respond. There is a difference between people who don't care at all and people who have no idea what they're doing. And if the Democrats didn't care at all, I don't think seeing them would upset me so much. The fact that he's still responding to inflation-based talking points when Elon Musk has literally like deployed a team of 15-year-old groypers into the Treasury Department to set up private servers and manually block payments issued by Congress in violation of the constitutional right of the power of the purse. Like, it's not just that they don't care, though that's definitely a part of it. It's that they're inept on levels that you and I, that we all couldn't even like begin to understand. It's incomprehensible, you know?
America is too expensive. There are far too many hardworking American taxpayers struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Child care costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. America is too expensive. Democrats are committed to driving down the high cost of living for working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans all across the land. Our Republican colleagues are
Do you think this is how the SPD talked when Hitler took over? I have to like bring it back to the compare. I just have to wonder like where the Democrats rank in incompetence to other parties that have fallen to their fascist opponents, you know? Like I'm just curious, like, what because I have to think, and maybe this is naive of me, I feel like the Democrats might be uniquely, exceptionally bad at reading the room. You know what I mean? Not to say the SPD weren't terrible, but this is, like, astonishing. Look up history, then? Oh, okay, I'll go look up history. Thank you, I appreciate that. I was looking, yeah, for a specific source, but now I know.
Serious.
Google history.
About lowering the high cost of living. They've done nothing. Introduced not a single bill. Not put forth a single policy proposal. They've done nothing as it relates to lowering the high cost of living. At the same time, they are raiding the government, attempting to steal taxpayer money.
Wow.
That's what the situation at the Treasury Department is all about.
It's like a failing upward thing, because Hakeem Jeffries, I think we can all agree, is a mediocre, dead-face, fish-eyed freak. Looking at him, you are convinced for a moment that there is no value to a human life or soul, that there is nothing beyond like the fleeting mortal dregs of existence, pain and suffering until you return to the dirt once more. And then you see like a puppy or a cat or like a normal person, and it's fine again. It's not just that he's bad, he's uniquely bad. I think part of it genuinely is just that like Democrats get Jeffries is worse than Pelosi. Don't even speak their names in the same sentence, okay? Like we give Pelosi a lot of shit because she's very prominent. Pelosi dog walks these motherfuckers, both of these two, like easily in like every possible respect. Maybe I'm being a dunce, but what's the difference between Jeffrey's concern for the economy and Bernie's? I'm sorry, I blacked out in the middle of reading that. I think my mouth might have been on autopilot. My brain didn't catch any of that. I am not sure if I can answer.
We will introduce the Stop the Steal Act in short order to prevent unlawful access with respect to the Department of Treasury's payment system connected to people who are trying to steal personal, sensitive, and confidential information related to Social Security recipients, Medicare recipients, taxpayers, businesses, non-for-profits, veterans, and everyday Americans. It's unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American. Stop the Steal Act will prevent...
Can he show any emotion? Are you looking at his eyes? Even most centrist Dems don't like that. Oh, yeah, literally, if you go out and you look at how Democrats are acting on social media right now, find me, and I mean this, literally one regular Democrat liberal who's like, yes, Jeffries, thank you so much for standing up for us. Nobody is happy right now. Zero people are happy with this. It's not just a lefty versus Democrat thing. The Democratic voter base, over 100 million Americans who are aligned more with the Democrats, none of them. Zero. I'm staking all of it. If even a single Democratic voter is happy with this, I can't say what I'll do on YouTube.com. I'll drink a lot of water until my tummy hurts, but not so much that it causes harm to myself. But thankfully I won't have to, because nobody likes this. I just want you guys to understand that this isn't like the Democratic voter. I'm not out here defending the honor of the Democratic voter. A lot of them are cucked. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just saying this is something else.
Unlawful access from taking place. It's unfortunate that many of our Republican colleagues are determined to stand up a shadow government of the billionaires, by the billionaires, and for the billionaires that will stick it to the American people. That's what's driving much of the behavior on the other side of the aisle. Because at the end of the day, my House Republican colleagues are determined to pass massive tax cuts for their billionaire donors and wealthy corporations, and then stick working class Americans with the bill by doing things like ending Medicaid as we know it. We won't stand for it.
Jesus Christ! Even in a delivery on a line like ending Medicaid, he begins the next sentence immediately. It's not just a lack of charisma; it's anti-charisma. It's like somebody trained him to deliver information in a way that holds no attention at all. I don't think it's possible to listen to this and follow along with what.
Act against it, and because we're confident that the American people are on our side.
How did these people get into office in the first place? The Democrats elevate the most inoffensive and centrist among them because they need a powerful inner circle of anti-populists to prevent any real populists or effective leaders from getting too high up in the ranks and pushing for things that would anger their corporate donors. That's the reason why, genuinely. Like, they deliberately elevate people like this because they need them as a shield against people like AOC. Yeah, but how do people vote for these people? Because the Democrats spend a lot of money convincing people that they're good. I bet you guys that most of the time that you've heard Jeffries or Schumer mentioned, it was in text or a video referencing them. You probably haven't actually seen them speak that much, despite their very high prominence within the party. And part of that is because you watch me, and I don't tend to cover these abject failures, as much as maybe some other people would, maybe some more liberal channels. But a lot of that is also because the Democrats are relying on incumbency bias in safe seats to keep these guys in their positions until they die, until they're like 95 years old.
We will stop it.
Questions on this subject? Yes.
Senator, Republicans have argued that this is not an effort to cut government quite yet, that this is just a review process, that they're looking at how the money is spent.
Elon has literally explicitly said he's blocking payments. They've already done so. They by their own words, this is false. This is fascist propaganda.
That they're trying to come up with a plan to make sure that it's spent correctly. Is your issue with the process here, or is your issue that Elon Musk is the one that's in charge of it?
Our issue is, of course, with the whole process, secret, behind closed doors, and...
No, it is objectively a violation of the Constitution.
You say they don't want to cut... Look, what we saw when they tried to freeze payments to just about everything, what they want to do.
No, that was different. That's the memo. That's the memo that Trump put forward that led to the illegal spending freeze. That's different from Elon Musk taking over the Department of the Treasury. That's a separate issue. Are you mixing those two up?
So our belief is there's a real danger, a terrible, terrible danger, and a looming danger that they will not only have access to Americans' privacy.
They already do. They already do. It's not they will. They do. They objectively do. We know for a fact that they do. They already barricaded themselves inside the building and set up a private server. We already know. This already happened. This press conference is from like an hour ago. It already happened.
Information, but that they will use that to cut programs left and right.
But how specifically are you concerned about Musk himself? Is he...
What about God King Musk? Or what about the epic bacon doge man who narwhals at midnight? What about him? Isn't he epic? Do you have a problem with him? Or do you just have Elon derangement syndrome? Do you have a problem with retarded plutocrats taking control of our government and illegally blocking payments?
That Musk is in charge of Doge, but we're concerned about how the whole process works. And ultimately, the buck falls with Donald Trump, the president. But we are concerned that a small number of people are concerned with the whole process, including Musk and including the others who are in it.
As Leader Schumer indicated, the problem lies with some individuals who have been put in charge of this raid.
No, the problem is not with the people who are put in charge. The entire process is a violation of the law. It's not. It wouldn't matter. Even if they had the security credentials to be in the Department of Treasury and access secure information, that wouldn't change the fact that what they're doing is a violation of the Constitution.
On the government, including Elon Musk. But it also relates to the so-called special government employees who aren't required to adhere to the ethical laws and the disclosure requirements that were put in place by Congress in a bipartisan way for a reason, to make sure that people have the best interests of the American people at heart. And that clearly is not the case as it relates to this unlawful access to the Treasury payment system.
When it's something so important as to who the government helps, it should be done in a way that adheres to our democratic principles: openness, debate.
This isn't about democratic principles. It's a violation of the Constitution, the law of the land. It's like it's a coup. If January 6th had succeeded, I bet you this is what we could have looked forward to, by the way. If like a third of the Democratic House members and Pence had been hanged, and you had like QAnon shaman wandering around the Capitol building, the Democrats would set up like emergency conferences where they would denounce like the rude, mean, and icky way in which Trump expressed his, maybe if he has legitimate grievances with the elector count, then perhaps he should take that up in court.
Discussion. And reflecting a broad group of people who have inputs into it, not just a very limited few meeting in secret.
It's unconstitutional. It does not matter how many people are involved in it. Congress holds the power of the purse strings.
What other recourse do Democrats have? Obviously, you guys are in the minority on
Don't
both
ask
sides
that.
of the Capitol. What can you guys be doing when this is money that you have appropriated to be spent both in the federal freeze and in the international freeze?
We have 4 different ways of recourse. The first is just bringing this to light.
Wow.
Making sure that the American people know what it is. We've had
Nothing inspires you more, nothing fills you with more confidence than when you get hit with that. We have 4 ways of responding to the fascist takeover of government. Number 1, this press conference. Oh, that's great. We're off to a really good start. I hope 2 through 4 are a little more compelling.
some success there already.
Oh.
When we brought the freeze of funds to the public, there was an outcry, and Trump had to back off. When we brought up the tariffs to the American people, there was an outcry, and Trump had to back off. I believe there'll be even a greater outcry, or as much an outcry as this. The second thing,
I don't necessarily disagree that a component of what happened with the freeze and the tariffs was the public backlash, but Democrats had nothing to do with that at all. All of the energy and buzz around that was driven by, at this point, like independent media, like influencers and shit, or regular people. I'm serious. I know, like, this used to not be a good way of measuring things, and now I think it's better than ever. Like, just take a look at who's getting retweeted. If you look at Chuck Schumer's Twitter posts, 300 likes, 4,000 comments telling him, do something. Why don't you do something? It's activists, you know? The Democrats are worthless and nobody wants to hear from them.
we have is litigation. There are various groups that are already going to court to sue because they believe that this is against the law. And we are working with them in terms of giving them information, telling them what we know, helping make their court case as strong as possible. The third is oversight. In the Senate, we're going to have some shadow hearings which discuss what this is, and we're asking whistleblowers across Treasury and other places, we're talking to some of them already, to come forward. And the final is legislation. On the appointments, they don't need Democrats. But on legislation, particularly the funding resolution, they do need us. And we will insist that there be certain changes that undo these bad things. Go ahead, you take the next one.
Well, that's good. We will, in the next budget reconciliation bill, we will insist, okay. We will insist they stop cooing the government immediately.
What they're targeting now is things that conservatives and Republicans have long targeted, I guess with the exception of the FBI in a sense. Do you think Republicans will ever bring a line in the sand? And if so, what might it be?
That's an open question. And in the House, where the Republicans have the smallest majority of any party since the Great Depression, when they're at full strength, at this moment, they're not at full strength and will shortly be 217 Republicans.
Literally, why not say we will force them to stop? Because the one fundamental truth is something that nobody in this room wants to acknowledge. The Democrats, because it admits their weakness and ineptitude, and the Republicans, because it gives their hand away, which is that the fact that what they're doing is illegal means in a normal system, the cops would be walking them out of there in handcuffs. Why hasn't that happened? Because the cops don't listen to them. And that fact precedes everything else that follows. It does not matter who is right or wrong, who is in the right legally or not. At the end of the day, power is, comes in the form of the coin and gun, and Trump has both. And that's it. What else can you do?
To 215 Democrats. That'll be the smallest majority since the 1800s. But even when they're at full strength, all we need is three. Three principled Republicans in the House, and a lot of the madness and extremism that has been unleashed on the American people can be halted, particularly as it relates to the upcoming spending agreement that we need to resolve in a bipartisan way.
Shouldn't it be federal agents rather than cops? They're also cops. But also, who do you think controls the FBI right now?
On March 14th. All we need is 3 Republicans willing to draw a line in the sand. Now, the extreme MAGA Republicans have made clear they want to end Social Security as we know it, end Medicare as we know it, and end Medicaid as we know it. Last week, with the unlawful...
It's so pathetic that, like, the only thing that he can think of is gesturing at stuff they have yet to do when they're already... This is already a coup of the United States. Like, is that the line we're drawing? So as long as Social Security doesn't get touched, which it will, but as long as it doesn't get touched, it's like, oh, okay, well, they haven't crossed that line yet. They've already crossed the line.
Office of Management and Budget Order, they made their first move on Medicaid. The public rose up in response, and they backed down in less than 40 hours.
Dems need to fuck off with the principled Republican thing. Yeah. The insistence in calling them extreme MAGA Republicans when it's every single Republican now is you're hamstringing yourself. Like, this is one of the reasons Trump did so well, has done so well over the past decade, because the idiot Democrats insist on treating Trump as though he's special when all the Republicans are the same. And they're in line together. They're all, like, locked arm in arm.
But we will never back down in pointing out the types of things that the MAGA extremists and the far right are trying to do to hurt everyday Americans, the people that they claimed they were working hard to help.
They've laid out a plan, $2.5 trillion in cuts. This is something that was in Project 2025, where Russell Vought was one of the chief architects. It's something that Doge had talked about. And the cuts will be deep. They can't do $2.5 trillion without cutting so many of the things the vast majority of Americans, Democrat and Republican, really care about. Yes.
Thank you, Senator Schumer. Have you reached out, or do you plan to reach out directly to the White House to request a meeting with the president and try to talk to him about your concerns about Elon Musk bypassing the Congress directly, and what your message to the president would be?
Well, our message to the president is it's exactly the opposite of what he's campaigned on. It's going to hurt voters across the board, people who voted for him, people who voted against him, people who didn't vote. And look, whenever he's ready to talk to us, we're ready to talk to him.
That's the forceful messaging that I'm looking forward to in times of crisis. When the fascist who has couped our government and is issuing illegal order after illegal order is ready to talk, we, the people with no power and no backbone, will be ready for him.
When it comes to procedurally all of this, one, I wonder, I mean, the speed with which Elon Musk seems to be moving through the bureaucratic infrastructure, introducing a bill, the various other avenues you're pursuing, are they fast enough to keep up with what he's seemingly trying to do? And when it comes to this language that you're introducing, is this going to be part of the negotiations when it comes to avoiding a government shutdown, that you're going to try to force Republicans to include this, or what's the avenue there?
Congress has the power of the purse. And
Not
when
anymore.
Congress allocates funding in the best interest of the American people, the Constitution requires that funding be spent by the president and the administration. The Constitution requires the president has a responsibility to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Spending agreements passed through the appropriations process are law. And when those laws are violated, the Constitution is being violated, which is why there has been a flurry of righteous litigation that has been unleashed, and that will continue. It's an all-hands-on-deck effort. Right. Leader Schumer made that clear. All-hands-on-deck effort.
This is
There's a legislative component to it. We saw that in the House in late December when the incoming president demanded that we hand his administration a $4 or $5 trillion blank check by suspending the debt ceiling for 4 years? Really?
I just don't think it's fair that when Trump gets everything he wants and collapses the country, all these guys are going to be like, good night, y'all, and retire to their private estates / private islands / wherever the fuck, anywhere in the world, totally untouched. I just don't think that's fair. You know? I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, like, kind of sucks that they're not the ones who have to suffer the consequences of their malicious incompetence.
That was rejected legislatively out of hand. The next day, the bill was defeated. There's a legislative component to it. There is a court component to it. The administration, through the president, issues an executive order to try to wipe out the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. A few days later, in response to litigation that was immediately brought, a federal district court judge appointed by Ronald Reagan declared it unconstitutional. There's a judicial component to it. And there's also a component to it that relates to bringing along the public.
Can you really blame the average voter for falling into the kind of shit Trump says when this is, like, the other side of the fence? Like, this anti-charisma. What regular person would watch this and be convinced by any of it? Yes, I can, but it's predictable. Yeah, I guess. That should say, you know, it's predictable. Trudeau would dog walk these guys. Yeah, no, it's so bad over here. Democratic leadership is worse than basically any liberal governance anywhere in the developed world that I can think of. I guess with the possible exception of the UK, but even then, Jeffries and Schumer are a lot less charismatic than Starmer. And Starmer's a low fucking bar.
As it relates to pushing back, and we saw that last week with respect to the illegal funding freeze that was reversed in less than 40 hours, and we saw it as it relates to the wide-ranging, out-of-control tariff scheme applied to our North American allies that would have driven up costs for everyday Americans. And so we are working on this and pushing back on all fronts.
And just finally, the roots of democracy are still deep. And when the public is really outraged by things, there is a response, as Hakeem mentioned, I mentioned before as well, on tariffs, on funding freeze.
And this is another thing Democrats love to do. They love to, like, guilt the voting public into bailing them out. Republicans don't do this shit. Republicans are like, we're going to do X. The Democrats are like, X happened, and this is really rough. Sorry to ask you for the 8th time today. Would you mind donating? Also, like, would you mind doing social media outreach and, like, activism and spreading the word? We can't really do anything, but if you, like, get angry enough about it, maybe public pressure will be enough to do our job for us. We hear you and we see you. But we really need to hear you be a little bit louder, because we're not doing the work.
We believe the public is so energized by what they have seen on this Treasury action that there will be a similar strong pushback, and the President will feel that pushback and hopefully respond to it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Just smack that mic in the way out. Absolutely. You gotta see this. I actually never have to see anything that people send to me by telling me that I have to see it, because usually that's the most dog shit content. Did they anything meaningful? No. They nothing meaningful. You guys going to the protest? Gonna be like 5 people turning out per city. The 50-51 movement. 50 states, 50 protests one day. I believe this will work. Woo! Yippee! What are you doing? I'm looking at a web page. I think you can see it too. The OBS software that I'm using allows me to broadcast windows that I have open on my computer to a broader audience. So you're also doing that right now. This is going to this is going to suck. I don't... Pardon me for my cynicism, but I have a feeling this isn't going to lead to very much. I don't know. I just don't get that vibe. I don't think turnout's going to be very high. Overall, people are just, like, not that interested in pushing back, you know? What are people getting banned for? Usually being annoying. Watch the new Elon Musk interview. So you ask, what are people getting banned for? Well, this is the problem when you pop off on YouTube. You know, you attract people who, you got a very one-track mind. I gotta say. No. Did you see the mass protest in the 101 2 days ago? I did, actually. The Day Without Immigrants protest, right?
In LA with more on this story and to step up their fight against the administration's crack.
Again, because the left, or I guess like left of center groups, are fucking incapable of proper like crowd management and protest management. For some reason, people at this pro-American immigration rally, they brought Mexican flags. What the fuck were they thinking?
Crackdown. Mario Ramirez live for us in downtown LA with more on this story. Good morning to you.
Good morning. That's right. Today, city officials say they plan to introduce legislation that addresses critical issues like immigrant workers' rights and ongoing deportations across the country. Now, that announcement coming here from City Hall, they will meet here at these steps in front of City Hall, council members, immigrant rights activists, and labor unions announcing what they call major immigration legislation. And take a look. It comes after several large demonstrations, including this one in the same area around City Hall. Thousands gathering downtown yesterday, marching along the streets here a day after protests spilled into the 101 freeway. Now, this was part of a Day Without Immigrants, a nationwide movement aimed at showing the importance of immigrants in the U.S. The campaign, which...
Just, I don't understand why you would show... Why you would show fucking Mexican flags. Aren't protests meant to be like a threat? No, protests are meant to be like a public indicator of support. Like they drive attention, they drive interest, they drive engagement. Trump is once again talking to the press. That's great. Do you see me talking about something else right now? You trying to distract me? Are you an op? Do you work with Trump? Are you an agent of Tulsi Gabbard's NIH? NIH. That's not right. Too many damn letters.
Condemns President Trump's mass deportation plan, calls for immigrants and supporters to stay at home, and urges businesses to close. Protesters carrying flags and signs, and some unfortunately spraying graffiti on nearby property. By 4:30, the LAPD issued a dispersal order, but hundreds continued protesting into the night. Several people were eventually detained for non-violent reasons, cited, and let go shortly after. I want you to listen to what some of those protesters had to say.
It was never just about deporting the criminals. They're going after everyone, and that's not okay. So I think that we should stand up for our people.
We all disavow violence. Nobody likes criminals in any community. So, but when the collateral damage is like your abuelita or, you know, somebody else, that's when the community comes out.
And this video overnight showing what San Bernardino police faced as people protested mass.
What's wrong with the flags? It's the point of the protest is literally like immigrants are a part of America too. Why the fuck would you show other nations' flags? Like a national flag is a flag of a nation. The whole point is that they're Americans. You're an immigrant into America. They're part of America. Showing Mexican flags is a reinforcement of the conservative mindset that immigrants are invaders from another country. That they're still like representatives. They're a Mexican invasion. Yeah, you need to be a little more patriotic if you're going to like issue the message, we should keep our immigrants, you know?
Mass deportations gathering in the streets there, some demonstrators throwing rocks and bottles and lighting fireworks. It started as a protest against Trump's immigration policies, but tensions escalated. A group of about 300 there. 5 officers were injured, police cars were vandalized, and several dispersal orders were issued. Police making multiple arrests there. Now, it appears District 13 Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez is leading this announcement here at City Hall. It gets underway, that news conference, at 9 o'clock this morning, and we'll have it covered for you. For now,
it's to show Latino solidarity. It's not. You just shouldn't do it. I'm not arguing this with you guys. You just shouldn't do it. The whole point here is immigrants belong in America too. You wave an American flag. I'm not arguing this with you. Okay.
Thousands flood the streets of downtown LA protesting President Trump's mass deportations. Law enforcement moving in tonight after the 101 freeway was shut down several times. I'm Jory Rand.
I'm Michelle Fisher. The freeway is back open, but some of those demonstrators are still lingering right now. Eyewitness News reporter Tim Caputo live near Union Station. Tim, what do things look like out there now?
Well, it's quiet, Michelle and Jury. It went from thousands of protesters to hundreds to just a few dozen. Just about a half an hour ago, they were walking around the corner. Their LAPD has actually been following them around for the last couple hours, trying to get them off the streets. At this point, there may be few, if any, protesters remaining in the streets. Meanwhile, you see behind me, this is Highway Patrol. ICE demonstrators who are against President Trump's new immigration policies protested throughout downtown Los Angeles for hours today.
It's been so great seeing everyone unite together. You know, we really need this, especially at a time like this during Trump's presidency. So, you know, it's really nice seeing the whole community come together, not just Mexicans, the whole Hispanic community at large.
Hundreds marched onto the freeway in the early afternoon, forcing CHP to shut down a stretch of the 101 in both directions. The disruption, a message to the White House and even local leaders that these increased deportations since Trump was sworn into office are tearing families apart.
Our family, like, we all...
Can you name a single person who has ever been convinced by signs like this? They love to do this shit, man. The stolen land bit at protest. People are like, you know, hey, everyone, whatever we're talking about, remember, you know, 200 years ago, Native Americans had this land. I mean, maybe. There might not have been a tribe active here specifically, but they might have been kind of in the region or something. Anyway, like, whatever we're doing, remember that. I get it. You're woke. I know. You've got the space buns. I'm not trying to hate. I'm just saying I don't think it does anything. It's just like a virtue signal.
Like, we all want to stay together. We don't want to see our family have to leave. Like, we should keep the families together. They're human beings. They shouldn't be treating them.
No, you are trying to
like,
hate. Only a little
like
bit.
Trash.
Between the burnouts, music blasting, and even fireworks, the protest was loud and impossible to miss. And that was the point.
I think we expected a lot of people.
I just feel like conservatives like stuff like this. I don't know, man. Like, there's a reason why the civil rights movement, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was like, all right, motherfuckers, you're putting on your best suits. We're all gonna be nice and orderly and walk in a line. And then the lefties on are like, well, did you know they were disruptive too? Yeah, I know that, but there were still like really stringent and restrictive expectations for being a part of the civil rights protests. Like, people, they go overboard with it. They're like, did you know Martin Luther King Jr. was lambasted for being violent and uncivil, and that actually some of the civil rights protests were pretty rough? Yeah, but like, they were made rough by the police. That's the thing. Like, the police instigated. If you took a photo of the civil rights protesters prior to the point where things broke out, you're talking about like a bunch of orderly, disciplined, suit-wearing individuals. Like, they were trying their best to appeal to respectability, politics, American flag, so on and so forth. You know? You need to be disciplined to run these movements well. I'm not trying to shit talk too much. I just don't think this does very much.
I think we expected a lot of people to
like, you know what went down pretty good? The pro-Palestinian, anti-genocide student encampments at universities. Those were pretty good. Like, a lot of those students organically developed like media liaisons. No one else would talk to the media. They were orderly. They had like, yeah, good media discipline. That was really good. A lot of them did really well. And of course, the Republicans and Democrats came together to like, you know, crush them. Bro, they had snipers at my school. That shit did not work. I don't know. Are you implying that if the student protesters had been rowdy, they would have defeated the sniper? What are you talking about? I'm not saying those protests stopped the genocide of the Palestinians. I'm saying those protesters demonstrated like a high level of organic, you know, independently developed media discipline. which is good. Not if you watch the media, they smeared the shit out of them. I know. I cover that on stream.
Show up, but we didn't expect this amount of people to show up, and we're very glad because we're able to get our message through.
At one point, LAPD in tactical gear pushed a few people back as someone tossed a traffic cone at police. But otherwise, the day-long protest never turned violent, and at last check, no arrests were made. There was some vandalism. Come Monday, you'll see plenty of four-letter words aimed at Trump spray-painted on walls and signs here. This massive protest follows several similar anti-ICE demonstrations around the country today, including this smaller but just as emotional rally held in Riverside today.
I'm here to support my people. You know, I have so much love for them, and I feel like we go through so much, and we're good people. We deserve the best just like everybody else.
It took LAPD several
Look
hours.
at the difference. I do think that one thing we need to go back to is if you're attending an organized protest, the sign should be provided by the organizers of the protest. You shouldn't bring your own sign. I don't think anything hits quite as hard as having like 2 or 3 pre-chosen signs, because everyone wants to do their own sign now, right? But like you should just have 1 or 2 signs, you know? Or at the least, like, they have to be pretty consistent in their theming and so on and so forth. You know, you have to have, like, a solid message discipline. About the flags, I feel like people don't want to fly the American flag because it's a conservative symbol in all honesty. Yeah, dude, I'm really sorry. We have to take that back. We pretty much, like, guaranteed the long-term, like, secession of the sort of cultural space to conservatives when the flag of the country that we're in became an exclusively conservative symbol. I'm not saying I disagree with your assertion. If I see somebody with a big American flag, like, I don't know, on their pickup truck or something, I know who they voted for. But in the long term, like, we gotta get on that, like, yeah, I love America, especially American values, like liberty and democracy. And that's why you authoritarian fucks aren't taking my government. Like, that kind of shit. Like, that works a lot better than, hey, just to remind you, this fascist coup is taking place on stolen land. Just letting you know. Yeah, but I want this country to die. No, you don't. And rhetoric like that is the reason why leftists are the kings of pamphleteering on street corners and getting mistaken for homeless people. You don't want this country to die.
To finally get all the protesters off the roads downtown. But if getting attention was the goal today, these protesters did it with flying colors.
I don't want America to die. I want America to die, okay?
You know, we've been able to track these protesters essentially by the law enforcement helicopter and its spotlight from above. That's been up for hours this evening. It is no longer up at the moment. Obviously, plenty of police presence out here tonight, making sure no protesters find their way back on the 101, especially at night.
Last one I want to look at, you know, it's my city.
Thousands of protesters rallied. Finally, we're hearing the police helicopters flying around, saying completely gridlocked for these.
Maybe you should stop with the Americans are stupid rhetoric then. This is just fodder for conservatives. I understand that you're upset with the information that I've provided you, but me being right doesn't give you license to find like an inept, toothless, dickless, faux hypocrisy argument to throw back at me, okay? You can just accept the point that I've made. How many of the protesters who are speaking here are immigrants? Because this just seems like a pro-Mexico rally, you know? The point, it's anti-ICE, it's pro-immigrant. Like, how many of these, are these, like, kids immigrants? They're probably born here, you know? Flying a flag of a country they don't want to live in. Yeah! Top comment. All waving Mexico's flags, yet they want to stay here, make it make sense. Doing this, especially blocking freeways, waving the Mexican flag, just hurts your cause. Not an American flag in the bunch. Cancel their welfare debit cards. Okay, well, obviously a lot of these people are just racist. If you want to fly the Mexico flag, you should do it in Mexico, not the US. The Mexico flag. What would happen if Americans illegally entered Mexico, blocked their roads while flying the American flag? Yeah, you get it, you get it. It's just like a rhetoric thing. I'm not saying that flying the American flag would make these guys less racist. I'm just talking about, you know, predispositions. Right. And yeah, tomorrow we got the 50-51 protests. I'm sure we'll get some nice videos out of those. I don't know how much this is going to do, though. You know a nationwide protest is going to go hard when all you can say about its organizing is that it's gone viral on social media, you know? That's how you know shit's going to pop off crazy style. Yeah, they made a website that with no information on it. Do you intend on covering any bottom-up organized threat? Why do people keep asking me this? I'm not a community organizer. I'm a retard. I know my place. I used to do stuff like that. Now I don't. The streets have changed, okay? I forgot where I came from. I go back to the hood. And they don't know me. I'll give you info when I have info. I do like how they don't have a Twitter link here. "5051 is a decentralized rapid response to the anti-democratic, destructive, and in many cases illegal actions being undertaken by the Trump administration." 50protest.com. Wait, do they have multiple websites? Decentralized is always bullshit. Yeah, can I be honest with you guys? I am so red-pilled against decentralized movements in general. The DSA, a failure. Like, largely, what have they done? I'm sorry, no hate or whatever. Like, you need targeted, centrally organized, sorry to the anarchists in my community, organization. Occupy Wall Street failed. The George Floyd protests failed. You know, the BLM protests, they didn't accomplish anything. Message discipline was all over the place. This failed. It always fails. You need like 100 well-trained, well-coordinated protesters are more effective than 500,000 random dudes distributed across like 50 cities and 50 states, you know? You need real leadership. Damn, got shot with tear gas, be called a failure by Vosh. Don't be a fucking beta, okay? You know you're not getting targeted here. I wasn't even firing a gun. You fucking ran over to my gun safe, pulled my gun out, shot your own chest, and now you're complaining about it, okay? It's not about you. BLM protests organically had protests in all 50 states. That means something. It was a show of public support, but it didn't accomplish anything. Last thing I saw DSA do was cancel a Thoughts and Trots dating event. That shit was so funny, dude. It's so like the DSA dating event was such a clear indication of like what the mindset of the organizers for the DSA are like that particular kind of, pardon me for the parlance, dude bro socialist. Very funny. DSA dating event? Well, there's probably a lot of guys there, you know? I mean, they could be gay. Yeah, I guess that's possible. I guess there are some humans who are gay. Big if true, I've heard this, yeah. I'm an anarchist and I'm pro-centralization through confederation. I mean, historically, anarchist movements have had leaders. Anarchism is like a political philosophy about organization on a systemic level, not a rejection of leadership. I'm not anti-anarchist. I agree with them more than like any other political group, orbit, you know. Political thingy. Funny you mentioned DSA. I checked out my city's DSA page this morning, and one of their events was Mark's Capital Reading Circle, and I just rolled my eyes and closed the window. Yeah, that sounds about right. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, stuff like that is just like lifestyleism. It has nothing to do with actual organizing. The Thoughts and Trots thing was incredibly funny, though. How a socialist Valentine's Day mixer turned into a messy debate over Zionism. The New York DSA got, like, in a bunch of trouble because they called the event Thoughts and Trots, and people were like, doesn't thought mean whore? Which it does. That's sexist. As if anyone gives a shit. You know, I don't want to say anything really sexist about the kind of woman who would get involved in this drama, but let me just preempt my sexism by saying that these are probably the kinds of women who have issues with the existence of trans people. I'll just say that much, okay? Who are probably not actually socialist. So people went into a flurry about that. And then it turns out the mixer was supposed to be held at a Zionist club, but then it turns out it wasn't a Zionist club at all. They'd done pro-Palestinian events. It was just like a Jewish club, and there were people being unironically anti-Semitic because they talked about, like, bringing back the rave culture of Tel Aviv, but the actual organizers of the club weren't pro-Israeli. They were just, like, from Israel or knew people who were, so they weren't... You know what I mean. That being said, if I heard that there was a disco or, like, dance club or whatever that prided itself on bringing Tel Aviv dance culture to New York, I would probably also wonder about its political inclinations. It's just a whole mess. Just a whole mess. To be fair, Vosh, Israel has a very prolific dance scene. Well, yeah, there's a certain set of dispositions in that country. Wait, is that actually what thought means? What? Yes, thought means hoe. What do you... Yes? What have you been using it for? Have you been calling your mom a thought? What do you... That hoe over there, yeah. Lean is a drug? Nah, can't believe y'all be ruining purple drank like that for me. Yo, chill. I'm a minor and white. I literally didn't know. Or whatever the fuck they said. Holy shit, this is a lot. The lesson here is don't go to DSA mixers, I guess. Sorry, I got distracted. Happens a lot. If you complain about it, you're being ableist. White House preparing executive order to eliminate the Department of Education, based in red pill. We don't need it anyway. Average literacy of Americans already pretty much plummeting. Who really cares? Just have them do chat GPT essays. Just found out what spanking it means. Yo, I'm so embarrassed. I just found out what throating it till he nuts meant. I kept telling my friends, like, yeah, I'm going to throat it till he nuts. And I didn't know what it meant. But now that I know what it means, I'm, like, really embarrassed. Because, like, that's kind of wrong. Fucking you people. More executive orders.
He announced that yet, but if he did, it's fine, yeah. We have hard criminals.
Sleepy Trump only went for 30 minutes today talking to the press. What's wrong?
Chris Wright to be your next Secretary of Energy. We have another commission prepared for your signature, sir. This is Doug Collins to be Secretary of the VA. Doug Collins of Georgia.
Two very good men. Okay.
Compelling.
Thank you, sir. Next up, in light of numerous actions taken by a number of bodies of the United Nations which exhibit a deep anti-American bias, we have an executive order prepared for your attention that would withdraw—
Can we get your opinion on the rate of American decline by percentage compared to the previous 4 and 8 years? Sorry for the copy-paste, don't know chat etiquette, new to streaming services. I responded to you because you're the only person in this group of miscreants with the decency to admit you don't understand the etiquette behind chat in streaming services, and I appreciate that. I can't answer your question. There's no way to. There's no empirical measurement to that kind of question, you know? But I am glad that you had the decency to, you know, acknowledge it, as opposed to most of the people here who just dribble on their keyboard and wait for me to admonish them for it.
Withdraw the United States from the UN Human Rights Council, would withdraw the United States from the UNRWA, which is a refugee organization, and would also review—
That's another
American
clip.
involvement
I need to clip farm. I need to get that in my head. I need to be like—
anti-American bias. More generally, the executive order calls for a review of American involvement and funding in the UN in light of the wilds that, as you've expressed previously, is deeply unfair to the United States.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
So I've always felt that the UN has—
Oh, God, it desynced, like, really badly.
Which is very important. Signing this, and I'm unhappy to do it, but I really have not so much choice because we have to be strong and firm, and I hope that it's not going to have to be used in any great measure at all.
Just get to the damn—
If we could find the right piece of land or numerous pieces of land and build them some really nice
Steve
places
Emling.
with plenty of money in the area, that's for sure. I think that would be a lot better than going back to Gaza, which has had just—
I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore.
Like every morning I wake up happier than the day before because all of these forms of—
Why? Why does everyone want me to watch this goddamn video? Dark Gothic MAGA, how tech billionaires plan to destroy America. Why does everyone want me to watch this video? Why? 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 I've gotten emails, gotten messages. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not anti this video. I'm just wondering why. There's lots of good videos out there. What about from Astral Spiff, all of Poppy Playtime Chapter 4? That could be good. It probably isn't. No hate to Astral Spiff, but I don't think very highly of Poppy Playtime for a wide variety of reasons. Think it's mostly kind of like low-cow tier material. Can we watch that next? It's really important, probably. It might be more important than this. You don't know. How do you know unless you've seen it?
Impression that I just had gotten used to.
Hallelujah. Disappeared so far up their own woke asses. If those people stay in control, I think that the Republicans could have an electoral majority as far as the eye can see.
It's really the dawn of a new crypto era.
The future is gonna be amazing!
More than any other sector, the tech industry invested in this election. Crypto accounts for more than half the corporate spend, with no other industry coming close. It's not unusual for industry to use their money to buy influence.
How do I respond to this? It's like a video and I'm watching a video with you. It's just content stealing. Who am I? I'm not XQC. I'm not Asmongold. I'm not Hassan. Like, there's no way for me to engage with it. People keep asking me. I remember a while ago, somebody said, just watch it from 18 to 20 and call it there. I remember somebody saying that. I don't know if it was an Adono. It's really important still. Okay, if it's really important, you watch it. I'm a YouTuber. She's a YouTuber. What does that have to do with me? I already did? Then what? I'm not anti this lady. You're not going to negatively polarize me. You being annoying about this will not turn me against her. She and I are in an alliance against you.
Something I find concerning is the many ways that the butterfly revolution perfectly aligns with Project 2025. Not a huge amount of the tech bros in Silicon Valley are religious, but that doesn't really stop these kinds of groups working together. Definitionally, both of these movements are fascistic. Fascism has never been a fully coherent ideology. That's one of the things that gives fascism its strength, its ability to bring together groups from different movements, all of whom see fascism as a viable mechanism to achieving their own program. And that's why some people say that fascism is always hyphenated. So it's always going to be tech fascism and Christian fascism, but these people can work together, and they do.
One of the things that evangelicals and libertarians should agree on is that the political order is not divinely ordained.
Amen.
Project 2025 has similar stated goals to the tech industry. In particular, the dismantling of the administrative state and the return of self-governance to the people. Project 2025 is made up of 4 pillars, and Pillar 4 is the playbook. It is a transition plan for the president's eyes only. It will be rolled out upon the president's utterance of "So help me God." We don't know what's in this playbook, but given the alignment of talking points,
so glad your face is in the corner. You asked for this.
Both, it wouldn't surprise me if it was similar to the butterfly revolution, and I think that's worth investigating. The butterfly revolution. Step 1. Campaign on autocracy.
He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, no, other than day one.
Yavin says that Donald Trump should run on his autocratic ambition, but he should frame it as destroying an inefficient and unworkable system.
If we are in a late Republican period, if we're going to push back against
this
it, we have to
beard,
be
look at this.
Pretty far out there and go in directions
he looks like a cartoon character
right now are uncomfortable with.
We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Step 2. Purge the bureaucracy.
Where does the term butterfly revolution first come up? Can I see in the thumbnail? Can I see that? This guy's hair.
Society in history. Imagine people trying to cope with a film like The Matrix or Inception in 1960. Total.
Me when I'm very intelligent. These are the go-tos for expressing and framing my political ideology.
Frame breaking of this kind in some ways is actually easier than the sort of incremental political logic that people have employed in the past. They can sort of more easily imagine, oh man, it's all the Truman Show. In fact, they mostly already believe that it's all the Truman Show. They just don't understand the implications of that.
Something I find concerning is the many ways that the butterfly revolution perfectly aligns with Project 2025. Not a huge amount of the tech bros in Silicon Valley are religious, but that doesn't really stop these kinds of groups working together. Definitionally, both of these movements are fascistic. Fascism has never been a fully coherent ideology. That's one of the things that gives fascism its strength, its ability to bring together groups from different movements, all of whom see fascism as a viable mechanism to achieving their own program. And that's why some people say that fascism is always hyphenated. So it's always...
I guess my opinion here is mostly that my perception of this video has been cheapened by your being irritating about it, but it seems like a really good video that you guys should watch. Now, why are you all being a bitch about her? These talking points are basically just his but less developed. I don't want it to be glazed in this way. And also, that's not true. There's value in taking a point and delivering it in a more concise... you're out here watching my streams, you're getting hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Oh, do you want to hear about what the tech oligarchs are doing to America? Watch 18 hours of a stream VOD, most of which are him making dick jokes or reading donations, There's nothing wrong with the video. It's a great video. In fact, it's better than anything I've ever made, okay? So go watch it. Jesus. Hate you guys. Back to Donald Trump.
Decades and decades of death.
Where would those pieces of land be?
Well, they could be in Jordan, and they could be in Egypt, and they could be in other places. You could have more than two, more than one, but you could have more than two. and you'd have people living in a place that could be very beautiful and safe and nice. Gaza has been a disaster for decades.
Would the U.S. pay for that?
I don't think the UN would pay, but I think there's plenty of people that would in the area. They have a lot of like to see it. I know that Saudi Arabia wants to see peace. I can see that. And many of the countries there, as far as I'm concerned, they all want peace. I think, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think Iran would like to see peace too. They've had enough. Don't you think they've had enough?
But the leaders of Egypt and Jordan have said bluntly they have no interest in doing this.
Well, they may have said that, but a lot of people said things to me. They said they wouldn't take anybody back in.
Why is the FIFA trophy behind him? Here's another question: Is that a shadow?
Flying them right back into Venezuela. And
that's such a pronounced shadow right there. It almost looks like it's a moving video.
The Panama Canal is an active discussion right now. They said things
it's
about
the boom
that.
mic. It's just reflecting so cleanly.
Virtually everything that's been said has been incorrectly stated based on the result.
Doesn't that amount to forcibly displace, or wouldn't that amount to forcibly displacing those people from Gaza?
I don't think so. I think if they had the opportunity, they'd love it. If they had an alternative to Gaza, they have no alternative right now. I mean, they're there because they have no alternative. What do they have? It is a big pile of rubble right now. I mean, have you seen the pictures of it? Have you been there? It's terrible to live. Who can live like that? And very dangerous. And shooting.
I don't know why the
place.
World Cup is
bombing
there.
all over the place on both sides.
Oh yeah, it's going to be in LA soon.
No, I would think if they had an option of moving to an area, either in a large group or various smaller groups, and take care of the close to 2 million people, I would think that they would be thrilled to do it. They have no, when you say about the Gaza Strip, they don't have an option.
To be clear, you're saying they'd be thrilled.
It's very dangerous.
They'd be thrilled to leave Gaza.
Oh, I think they'd love to leave Gaza if they had an option. Right now, they don't have an option. What are they going to do? They have to go back to Gaza. But what is Gaza? There's practically not a building standing, and they're very dangerous. Those buildings are shifting, and they're falling down all over the place, and there's gunfire all over.
While the war was ongoing, rather than now when there's a ceasefire?
Which is what you're talking about.
When it was more dangerous when there were strikes overhead than now.
Well, the strikes could start tomorrow. There's not a lot left to strike.
Maybe we don't have to worry too much about Republicans constructing an alternative reality where all of their policies work. If Trump's going to do this kind of thing, where he's like, "Yeah, I negotiated a ceasefire, but like it's bullshit. Like it's not going to hold up at all."
It's a demolition site. The whole place is demolished. It's unsafe. It's unsanitary. It's not a place where people want to live.
Mr. President,
nobody's gone. They have no alternative but to go back. If we gave them an alternative of living in a beautiful open place with some, nice quarters there, nice housing of sorts, and we have the money in the Middle East to build that.
Do you support Israelis actually moving back and creating buildings?
Not necessarily, no. I just support cleaning it up and doing something with it, but it's failed for many decades. And somebody will be sitting here in 10 years or 20 years from now, and they'll be going through the same stuff, the wars. And they've had civilizations on Gaza, many civilizations on Gaza, and they're buried in the sand.
Secretary
It doesn't seem to work.
Secretary.
Thank you, sir. On Elon Musk, how often are you talking to him? And have there been ideas that he's brought to you that you've said, oh no, wait a minute, this is going a little too far?
Well, many ideas, but look, he's done a great job. Look at all the fraud that he's found in this U.S. AID. It's a disaster what the people, radical left lunatics, they have things that nobody would have even believed. The whole thing with $100 million spent on you-know-what, with money.
Condoms to Gaza, or to Hamas. That's the thing they're currently on. $100 million of condoms to Hamas.
Money going to all sorts of groups that shouldn't deserve to get any money with the money. I'd like to see what the kickbacks are about, and I read about it, and I see every night on the news and every morning when I read the papers. Who would spend money for that? I would say this, the people that got all that money, are they kicking it back to the people that gave it from government? No, that's, to me, very, very corrupt. The real question is how much of a kickback has there been? And one of the things I want to investigate rapidly, because I've never seen anything to this extent, the train that's being built between Los Angeles and San Francisco project, I think
Why does it keep cutting out like that? That's really weird. This is an official video feed.
I've ever seen, and I've seen some of the worst. Billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars.
Hundreds of billions, trillions.
In fact, I read where you could take every single person that was going to go on the train and get the finest limousine service in the world and take them back and forth with limousines, and you'd have hundreds of billions of dollars left over.
He's heard that. It's not true, of course, but he has heard it. I will say, however, it is particularly like malicious saying this when Elon Musk is one of the people responsible for delaying the California high-speed rail project, but also at the same time, Trump's kind of right on this one. California dropped the ball on that massively. Like it's genuinely disgusting. It's like a money pit, you know? It's so bad. Like, I would rather never have high-speed rail than just let our governments use the promise of high-speed rail to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on public-private partnerships, just dumping it into consultancy groups and so on and so forth.
It is the worst thing, and we're going to start an investigation in that because it's not possible.
Construction costs in the U.S. in general are insanely overblown. Yeah, because it's an opportunity for more corporations to stick their fucking fingers in the pie. Literally, that's why. That's the only reason why. The reason everything is expensive in the United States when it comes to construction is because, like, if every step of the way there's 100 corporations ready to like milk as much money from the government as is possible.
I built for a living, and I built on time, on budget. It's impossible that something could cost that much, and now it's not even going to San Francisco, and it's not going to Los Angeles. They made it much shorter. So now it's at little places way away from San Francisco and way away from Los Angeles. No, we're going to start a big investigation on that because I've never seen anything like it. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The worst overruns that there have ever been in the history of our country. And it wasn't even necessary. I would have said, you don't buy it. You take an airplane. It costs you $2. It costs you nothing. You take an airplane. But this got started, and if you have to, you drive. You can drive.
Are there other agencies?
They have hundreds of billions of dollars of cost overrun.
Yeah, look at the way they talk about it on the goddamn website, highspeedrail.ca.gov. 13 billion invested, and hey, don't worry, 97% went to California firms and workers. How many of those workers were employed by the state? Oh, very few of them. The vast majority of them were privately employed. Okay, so what you mean is the money went to the corporations, and the workers for those corporations got their wages, which is what happens. So what you mean is 13 billion invested, 97% went to California firms. That's what you mean when you say that. God almighty. Such a waste. Wait, they're trying to justify it too? Yeah, well, yeah, of course they are. They're like, look at all the jobs we've created. Yeah, we haven't actually built anything. In California, permitting requirements mean that the only thing you can consider in a bid is if it's as cheap as it can possibly be. Yeah, but who made these permitting requirements? Like, at every step of the way, all of the rules regulating these public-private partnerships were litigated by corporations. Like, there was no citizens movement to litigate all the specifics of the rules for public-private partnerships in California. The corporations took that one over. Wonder how much it costs to build high-speed rail in Europe. Building anything in America is like many times more expensive than in other countries, even well-developed countries. Yeesh.
And it's not even the same project. It's much shorter. It's way outside of San Francisco and way outside of Los Angeles. So we're going to be looking into this.
Mr. President, those engineers that Elon Musk has helping him are as young as 19 years old.
That's good. They're very smart, though, Peter. They're like you. They're very smart people.
Thank you. Has he met any of these guys?
No, I haven't seen them. They work actually out of the White House. They're smart people. Unlike what they do in the control towers, where we need smart people, we should use some of them in the control towers where we were putting people that were actually intellectually deficient. That was one of the qualifications, is you could be intellectually deficient. No, we need smart people. Some are young and some are not young. Some are not young at all. But they found great things. Look at the list of things. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow.
We're re-entering
I'll read
the
off a
weave.
list of 15 or 20 things that they found inside of the USAID. It has to be corrupt. Nobody could approve that. They could only approve that if they were getting kickbacks. And you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars.
And it sounds like you're going to wind down USAID.
It sounds like it. I mean, I think so. Yeah.
So when that happens, which part of the government?
Well, I could see Marco Rubio being in charge, State Department, because they're giving money to. I mean, some of the money is well spent, I guess, but much of it is really fraudulent.
And on the education department, why nominate Linda McMahon to be the education department secretary if you're going to get rid of the education department?
Because I told Linda, I hope you do a great job and put yourself out of a job. I want her to put herself out of a job. Education department. So we're ranked number 40 out of 40 schools, right? We're ranked number 1 in cost per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world.
It's going
and
great.
We're ranked at the bottom of the list. We're ranked very badly. And what I want to do is let the states run schools. I believe strongly in school choice, but in addition to that,
high-speed rail in the UK is major cost overruns. I will say the UK might be the only other country I can think of that is as bureaucratically bloated and inept at public works as the United States. That's the only other country that I can think of. They're really bad about it over there. I'm remembering the a train line where they had it planned out. It was being built, but boomers in the housing nearby didn't like the idea of seeing a train go by because they're retards, so they complained, and everything was delayed and much more money was spent building like a cover for the train so they couldn't see it. That's the HS2? Yeah. You're thinking of the HS2? Yeah. They should have fucking conscripted those boomers to go work on the train, laying down tracks.
I want the states to run schools, and I want Linda to put herself out of a job.
So do you think that's something you can do with an executive in Congress?
Yeah, I would like to be able
He's
to.
cut.
If I could give the schools back to Iowa and Idaho and Indiana and all these places that run properly, there's many of them. I think, so if you look at the list, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, believe it or not, China's doing very well on that list, a list of well-educated, where they run their school system well. You have a lot of countries, not surprising names. I think that if you moved our schools into some of these states that are really well-run states, they would be as good as Denmark and Norway and Sweden and some of the other states. And then you'd have the...
Are we talking about noise protection? Aren't trains loud as fuck? Nah, trains aren't even loud anymore. Not really. I mean, like, a car running on a highway is pretty loud. A train's, like, a bit louder than that. Now that we have continuous welded rail, you don't have the kukung of trains. They're really not that loud. Depends on how close you live. They weren't that close to the train.
The laggards, and you know who they are. I don't have to go to it, but you'd have the laggards, the same laggards that are laggards with everything else, including crime. But even them, you'll break it into systems. As an example, if you went to New York, you go to Westchester County, you go to Dutchess County, you go to Suffolk and Long Island and Nassau and Long Island. You have maybe 6 or 7 locations, and you have New York City, which would include the 5 boroughs. And I think even that would run much better than it does right now. Same thing with Los Angeles or California. You'd have Riverside, you'd break it up into 6 or 7, but most of them would be states, and you'd have one, like in Iowa, you give it to the state of Iowa, you give it to the state of Indiana, these are really well-run states. They don't have debt, they don't have problems, they don't have any crimes, relatively speaking, to speak of. and you would have education that would be the equivalent of Norway and Denmark and various other places that are at the top.
It is crazy that he would make comparisons like this and then do the opposite of what countries like Denmark and Norway do to make their education better. Like, you're citing them as positive examples, but your prescription is the opposite. You know? I mean, this would be like, yeah, they have such a high minimum wage over in Denmark, so to bring that wealth and prosperity to our people, we're going to be lowering the minimum wage. It doesn't make any sense.
Top of the list. So we're at the bottom of the list, and we're the most expensive. We're at the top of the list when it comes to cost per pupil. We spend more money per pupil than any other nation in the world, and yet we're rated number 40. The last ratings came out, you saw them. So
in case you're wondering why that is, by the way, it's, you guessed it, corporations skimming off the top. Seriously, take a look at, in America, the cost of academic administration versus the cost of paying for teachers year by year. I'll just find it so you don't have to look it up. Cost America school administration chart. Growth in the students and school personnel 1950 to 2009. Oh, this isn't even like the, wait, hold on. AIE.org. Hello, latest work from 2023, Why Socialism Fails. Thank you. Well, as we can see, capitalism is doing swimmingly here. You can't make me look at it. I suppose that's true.
They talk about 40 countries. We're rated number 40. And I say that if we did this, we would go 20, 30 notches up. We could do great. And we would have some of the best districts in the world.
But are you looking to do that with an executive order, sir, or do you need to work with Congress?
Well, there are some people that say I could. I think I'd work with Congress. I think we'd have to work with the teachers union, because the teachers union is the only one that's opposed to it. Nobody else would want to hold them back. Look, we have to tell the teachers union, we're rated last in the world in education of the top 40. We're rated last. We were 38. Now we're 40. We went to 39. We went to 40. We're at 37. But we're at 40 now. The thing just came out. That's under Biden. Remember that?
Secretary Rubio announced a deal this week that would allow potentially American citizens who are criminals to be put in a different country. Is that something you're looking to do?
No, I didn't know that he announced that yet, but if he did, it's fine. Yeah. We have hard criminals, horrible people. You see him pushing people into subways. The train is coming last week. Guy walking around and just sees somebody waiting for the train. Train's coming 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, here we go. I think this is a bit more indicative. From 2000 and onward, the percentage change of teachers and students enrolled has basically not changed. Plus 8% from 2000 to 2019. Principals and assistant principals up 37%. Administrative staff nearly doubled. It's all money being skimmed off the top. All the money that goes from the federal state governments down to these schools, a ton of it gets siphoned off by a bloat of parasites and middlemen. Who, same with hospitals. Exactly. It's the same with higher education, lower education hospitals. It's all administrative bloat. That's what costs. It's everything at the top. None of it actually in any way, shape, or form affects or reaches. That's the reason why whenever you actually saw money being invested in your school growing up, it was in sports. Remember? I bet a lot of you do. Your classrooms were decrepit, the AC didn't work, you're using chalkboards rather than the nice new whiteboards. Oh, here's $40 million for a new, athletic infrastructure. Why? Speculative investment. You get people good on football early, they turn to college football. College football is like a money printing machine. They all work together. Now, how much money do they make from you getting good at math? Basically none.
And he gets pushed into the subway. And that happens all the time. These are sick people. If we could get them out of our country, we have other countries that would take them. They could. It's no different than a prison system, except it would be a
wrong colleges also put shit tons of money in the business school. Yeah, because the business school produces the people who then go on to fuel the administrative bloat. So yeah, it's kind of like a self, you know, it perpetuates itself.
Less expensive, and it would be a great deterrent. Send them to other countries. If we could go a step further, in other words, we're talking about getting the criminals out of our country that come in through other countries illegally, right? The illegal migrants, as I call them. Well, we have people that are just as bad as them in our country. If we could get them out, I'd be very happy.
El Salvador said that he would wanted you to pay a fee for that. Would you pay that?
Well, it's a very small fee compared to what we pay to private prisons.
But under what authority?
And a very, very
$5.
small fee. I don't know. We'll have to find that out legally. I'm just saying, if we had the legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't know if we do or not. We're looking at that right now. But we could make deals.
That's really dangerous rhetoric. Yeah, it's the Trump gulags.
We'd get these animals out of our country. And you know, if you take the shooters, the people that hit old ladies in the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that walk down the street, the people that you see it, the people that...
He's played a Yakuza game recently. That's where his mind is at right now. If your knowledge of criminality came entirely from quirky Japanese RPGs, then I might also support sending a lot of people to El Salvador, you know? Me taking it all seriously, I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, these people are fucking animals. Because I just got, like, double teamed by two guys wielding, respectively, a traffic cone and a bicycle. That might set me back a little bit, you know, sociologically.
Take out a gun and shoot you for no reason at all. If we could get these animals out of our country and put them in a different country...
Remember when Trump released 1,500 violent criminals back onto the streets, like, in his first day in office? That was cool. I remember that.
...of somebody that made a relatively small fee to maintain these people. Because you know what? These are criminals. You call them hardened criminals. They've been in jail 40 times. There's one 42 times. And every time the person gets out, it's a he. Every time he gets out, he commits another crime within 24 hours. And it's a he.
Okay. I'm not saying he's right on this one, but I do maintain, woke, misandry. I do maintain that democratic mismanagement of local government leads to Republicans having the front foot on talking points like this, because legitimately, yeah, that happens pretty much all the time. If you live in LA, Seattle, New York, or whatever, you hear about some, like, guy who got into an altercation or there was a stabbing, and the first thing you read is like, oh, here's an obviously insane person. He's been arrested 40 times in the past 2 years. And it's like, oh. Like, why isn't he in jail? And usually it's because the jails are overfull or there's some bureaucratic bullshit, you know. But it is an issue.
Heinous crime. It's a rough crime. We don't want these people in our country either. We don't want them in our country. If we had the option to get them out and let them be based in some other country at a fraction of the cost, and frankly, they could keep them, because these people are never going to be any good. That person that has been arrested 42 times or 22 times or 17 times and is all in for manslaughter and
lowering the bar,
and only gets out because of a very weak judicial system that only goes after people like Trump. They don't go after the criminals. They don't go after people like this. And they laugh at
That's
our law.
so true.
If that took place, you would have a lot less crime automatically.
So is there exploring whether they
A lot of space to accommodate a lot of people.
Cut. They have these little cuts. I don't know why.
We have it. It's already up. We have it for nothing. But we can do less expensive and even more secure. We've had other countries come to us saying, we would love to do that. We would love to take your criminals and we'll maintain that. We'll be their jail. And I'm only talking for the most severe cases. Like, I watched that guy on tape pushing the man into the subway last week. That man that did that is a real bad guy. Many arrests. And do you think you're going to convince him someday?
How do I heal from heartbreak? Is the person who broke your heart, an undocumented immigrant? Because if they are, and I'm not saying this would be good, but no, do people not realize platform screen doors would fix this subway issue? I think there's some like logistical issues with wind management or something, like air management, if you have those. But I don't think you should need those to not have people who have been arrested 30 times in the past year to keep them from like pushing you onto the tracks, you know? It is pretty fucked how low trust society we are, and criminality is on the rise, at least in the thing is, it's so asymmetrical, you know? Like the vast majority of people are fine, and then there's a small percentage of people who have fallen through the cracks are causing like 50 crimes a day. Haven't there been studies where it's like, hey, you know, you saw like so and so many crimes or assaults or whatever in the city, but it turns out like 50 of them were from one guy, and then if you remove him, you remove like 12% of the entire city's overall assault statistics for the entire year or something? You know? Literally, like we apologize for claiming New York City had so and so many assaults per year. We forgot to account for John Assault, who accounted for 362 assaults that year or something. It's just very mentally ill people who fall through. This happens in Republican states too. Yeah, but this is a city issue. And most big cities are run by Democrats. But yeah, it happens everywhere. I'm not saying Republicans handle this better. I'm saying that, like, look, we know real American cities are run by Democrats. Chicago, New York, LA, Seattle, whatever. We know what the real American cities are. They're run by Democrats. And when people think about America and Americana, they think about these cities. So mismanagement at a local level within those cities, like, it causes issues. Man decapitated own father. Okay. Fascinating. I don't know why this was linked to me. Argonel, I love you, but this ain't that kind of chat. We ain't essay posting. We ball here. Take your essay posting ass back to, I don't know, Substack. You get what I'm talking about, right? Yeah? It's sad that no large city has been able to figure out a good way of dealing with criminals, even with such high budgets. Well, nobody wants to put the money where it would actually be useful. Housing first, anti-homelessness policies would deal with so much criminality and so much of the like waste and mess in cities, okay? No one wants homeless people around. It's just that like the default solution every American goes to is like, what if we put them in a wood chipper or something, which as it turns out is more expensive and also slightly inhumane, I think. And then like there are some bureaucratic issues with the way we keep turning out and turning over people with serial criminal charges, you know? Like, what's his name? Why am I blanking? The guy who got strangled to death by Daniel Penny? Jordan Neely? Jordan Peele? Remind me? I've got a bad memory. My brain is a fog. I'm dying. My telomeres are eroding. My neurons are dying. Jordan Neely? Yeah, Jordan Neely had been arrested how many times? Again, I'm not saying he deserved to be fucking murdered. Sorry, that wasn't the consensus of the jury. Not murdered. Died inexplicably. But he had been arrested like fucking 30 times before. It's related to what he's talking about. Dude got out in bail in a red state. Really? Interesting. Yeah, it's just stuff like this, because this is real. It's indicative, you know? Neely had an extensive criminal record, including 42 arrests on charges including petty larceny, jumping subway turnstiles, theft, and 3 unprovoked assaults on women in the subway between 2019 and 2021. You know what I mean? Like, man should have been in jail. I'm not even talking about petty larceny or fare evasion, okay, whatever. Like, oh, you've gotten arrested for, I don't know, farting near a cop. I don't fucking care. But 3 unprovoked assaults on women in the subway? I mean, come on. That's not minor, you know? That's problematic. And the more stuff like this happens, the more like antisocial everyone gets. You've probably noticed it happening in your life too, right? You want to believe that you can be social to people around you, but in reality, you're out there in the city and you're like, I don't want to engage with these people. Because any one of these motherfuckers could be insane. And it's a tragedy of the commons thing, because the more you think that, the more they think the same thing, everyone gets more fearful of everyone else, and it reinforces all the patterns that makes people legitimately afraid of each other, you know? But what do you do in states to reduce recidivism rates? Well, it depends on the circumstances. The fact that all American prisons are torture pits probably doesn't help very much. But in his case, in Neely's case, man probably should have been in prison, like, indefinitely. Like, he was pretty mentally cooked. They probably should have had him in there in, like, a treatment plan. And, like, a real treatment plan. Not, like, the one that flew over the cuckoo's nest. You're in a concrete pit, and every once in a while a nurse comes in and beats you and then gives you some pills to swallow or whatever. But like an actual treatment center, which wouldn't cost any more than a regular prison cell. It doesn't cost that much more to treat the people well when you already are paying for their housing and accommodations and food and blah-de-blah. But we don't believe in that. We have rehab in America. Yeah, but that's not rehab. Rehab isn't prison. I'm talking about prison, you know, like a prison treatment center. I had a methadone clinic guy threaten to beat me up for following him down the one street to my home. Yeah. I feel like it's getting worse too. This is the most like me making shit up statement that this is like an all-timer, I think. I feel like homeless people are getting crazier and meaner. Totally inventing this. When I was a kid in LA, I feel like pretty consistently, a lot of the homeless people that I saw were pretty down on their luck. Well, they all are, obviously. But like, I had conversations with a lot of them. Like a lot of them. Again, lived in LA, you know? And I walked a lot, talked to homeless folks, whatever. A lot of them down on their luck, but you can talk to them. Feel like I've noticed that shit ain't happening anymore. I don't know if it's a Seattle-LA difference or if it's like a real shift. I don't know if it's a fentanyl thing. I don't know if it's like an accumulated trauma thing. Like the longer this crisis goes on, the more it builds up and up and up. But now I feel like every homeless person I interact with is clearly not there. Obviously, that's not the case for all homeless people. I'm speaking about, like, my general experience, the stuff that I remember, but I feel like it's gotten a lot more pronounced. Being homeless can do that to you? Yeah, I have nothing but sympathy from my end. I'm not condemning them for that at all. Put me out on the street for one day, and I'm gonna go fucking crazy. I'm gonna be like a feral animal out there, okay? Digging through dumpsters and growling like a raccoon or something, you know? I'm not in any way, shape, or form condemning them for that. I'm just saying I feel like, you know, as a consequence both of material deprivation and maybe like society getting colder, like, I don't know. Really don't think this is good to say. Well, you know, the PC police have to present me a warrant before they can come into my stream, okay? It's just the experience I've had. It's not like a condemnation. It's just more concentrated social failure, you know, like systemic society in general has become super antisocial. That's true. That's 100% true. Yeah. What's your take on giving money to homeless people when they beg, like morally? You should do it if you've got cash on you, which no one does anymore, but yeah. Try to help homeless people out when I can, of course. Doesn't really fix anything, but, you know, not giving them money would also not fix anything. That wouldn't solve the problem either, actually. What homeless people need is less money in their pocket. No, Cult of Eden, that's what I mean. I'm not saying, like, homeless people in, like, a moral character sense have gotten worse. I mean, like, the conditions have produced worse outcomes. Vosh, I was homeless when I was 18. I'm facing potential homelessness again at 26. You're right. People out there are getting more desperate and they're acting crazier because of it. Yeah, I think it might be like a post-COVID thing to a large extent. Yeah, there's probably a lot of factors like building up, you know, a lot of stuff that kind of like rolls into the outcome there. It's really sad. 5G towers. Exactly. 100%. In my area, panhandlers get like 150 bucks a day. Some people stopped looking for work just to panhandle. Based. Probably a harder job than anything you do. Certainly harder than what I do. You know, I get to benefit from air conditioning. It's a sign of social failure, but you know, if you're on your grind, whatever. My grind is sports betting. Oh, well, that's the hardest job on earth. No, I get you, Cultivating. All right, well, anyway. Sorry, this stuff just comes up a lot. I genuinely believe, and I really do mean this, I genuinely believe that urban decay is why we are where we are right now. Like, all the bourgeois propaganda in the world would not have worked in the way that it did if major American cities were clean and people in them had high social trust. Genuinely. I genuinely think, like, I think that on its own would have been enough to be, yeah, there's no such thing as urban optimism anymore. Nobody believes in, like, what if we built a glittering metropolis that that provided us, like, wealth and opportunity. No one believes in that anymore. Everyone sees cities as these, like, massive decaying bodies that occasionally have, like, stalagmites of glass and steel arise from them, like fucking fungal growth on a corpse, you know? It's people, nobody thinks of it as a big, like, experiment or like an aspirational project anymore. How do we fix urban decay? That's a very complicated question. Yeah, drugs is definitely a big part of it. Mixed zoning. Mixed zoning is actually a huge part of it, for sure. I'm a psychiatrist in Poland, and even here we have way too little permanent end-of-life care for the mentally ill to their well-being. I can't imagine what it is like you describe it in the US. Yeah, we have, like, nothing here, basically, for the most part. Well, anyway. Almost
to be good and a wonderful citizen for our country is never going to happen. I want to get those people out. I'd love to get them out along with the illegal migrants. The migrants are rough, but we have some bad ones too. I'd like to get them out. It would be all subject to the laws of our land.
One of the reasons why I brought this up is because recently there was a mass stabbing that took place in Seattle. They like boarded a bus in the international district, and they like stabbed a bus driver. They've stabbed multiple people, and this was the headline: Seattle mass stabbing suspect charged has 9 felonies in last decade. And it's really difficult to see shit like this and go, what the fuck are police doing? Like, how do you give a police department $100 million? And then I know the police don't manage the judicial system, but like literally what?
First tonight, we start with that random stabbing spree in the CID. The suspect has been charged with multiple counts of assault, accused of stabbing 10 people. Thanks for joining us for the News at 5. I'm Hannah Kim.
And I'm Matthew Smith. Now, we did dig up an old mugshot of the suspect from this case. That's Roland Lee on your screen.
It's just free propaganda for Republicans for every reason you can think of, folks.
The State Department of Corrections says he has several prior convictions. Today, King County prosecutors said Lee poses an extreme danger to the community. The judge even ordered him to be held on a $2 million bond.
Fox 13's Frankie Thompson has the developments from today's court hearing.
So Roland Lee's uncle says he wants to apologize to all of the victims and their families for the harm his nephew caused during these several stabbings. But he says he believes Lee was having a mental health episode when this spree happened last week. We want to show you this. Look at this. This stabbing was vicious. This is one of the knives collected in the case, not from the crime scene, but from one of the victim's bodies. It was thrust in with so much force, it stuck into the person's spine and broke off there. That victim may have suffered permanent nerve damage as a result. Today's hearing at King County Jail Court was very brief, as Lee did not show up to face the judge. The charges filed by King County prosecutors comes after new body camera video shows the moments officers arrested him. This is video from Seattle Sergeant David Sullivan. He says he heard screaming and was first on the scene to catch the suspect. Officials say witnesses gave detailed descriptions of what the suspect was wearing to help track him down quickly. The video also shows more officers arriving to secure the scene and find out how many people needed help treating their stab wounds. SPD says at least 5 people were hospitalized from their injuries, but about 10 people were hurt in the course of this 36-hour stabbing spree, which remains under investigation. Everyone is expected to survive. During the investigation, police say they found 2 knives in the parking lot where Lee was arrested, one of which we just showed you. The suspect's uncle says he has known Lee all his life and claims Lee has mental health issues.
I talked to Roland, and Roland said he don't remember doing anything. But, you know, they have it on video, and all that. Roland was at my house a week ago. That night, Thursday, before all the stabbing started, Roland texted me and said he was on the way to my house to shower. We're going to have a good day together. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he used a drug that sent him off the edge. But Roland is a good person.
Though Lee's uncle says
it's just, you know, it's feel bad for this guy. I do. I wouldn't go on TV saying I wouldn't either. I wouldn't, after the mass stabbing spree, go on TV and be like, he doesn't remember doing it. He's a good person. But at the same time, that guy's just a civilian. It's not like he's involved, really. A judge ordered he be held until they gave him bail? Why? Is that like a local law thing? Why would they give him bail? I know he ain't paying $2 million, but why wouldn't you just no bail? That's a very good. Usually state law requires bails. Is it not allowed in Seattle to ever say no bail? Whatever. What were the prior felonies? No bail is only meant for flight risks or danger to the community. Wait, what were the... Lee has 9 felony convictions in the last decade, including theft of a motor vehicle, possession of stolen property, attempted robbery, and attempted burglary. Like, yeah. Washington is a right to bail state? Okay, well... I mean, those aren't violent like this. Attempted robbery is violent. Theft of a motor vehicle could be violent. It depends on the circumstances. But those are just including. I don't know. I know I'm rambling a little bit right now. I just for a regular civilian who doesn't have any like sociological imagination, the fact that the Democrats have literally no answer to this is the reason why Republicans have been successfully campaigning on a terror campaign about the threat of criminals and migrants and so on and so forth. Like, this is the reason why. Because stuff like this shakes people. And and it's one thing a guy went on a stabbing spree. That's one thing. It's another thing entirely a guy went on a stabbing spree. He had 9 prior felonies. And then it's like, okay. Okay. Come on. Yeah, optics, man. Optics. Come on. It looks bad for you to stab 10 people over 36 hours. Just finish the damn video.
Looking at that to see if we can do it.
Mr. President, have offered to take American citizens.
Say it.
What other countries have offered to take these Americans?
Numerous, many. And Marco brought it up today. I'm glad he did. Because a lot of people are thinking it. When I watch some of the crimes being committed in New York City and Chicago, look at Chicago, the volume of crime that they have and the viciousness of the crime. These people are horrible people. And if somebody thinks they're going to be wonderful citizens someday, they're wrong. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They're bad. These are hard, tough criminals. In many cases, they're crazy. They're absolutely crazy. But they're very dangerous. If I can get them
just
out
like
of the
me.
country and be in some other country, private prison, or to, put them in one of our prisons that costs even more money, I think it would be great. I'd love to get them the hell out of our country. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump, let's go. We win the Super Bowl.
Thank you.
I don't want to say, but there's a certain quarterback that seems to be a pretty good winner.
And just last one, because you mentioned.
All right. Yeah, right. He wants to ship them to El Salvador? Well, he'll ship lots of people to El Salvador. Him and Netanyahu are going to talk soon, by the way. I don't fucking... Does anyone... I'm not going to lie. Do you want to see that? Like, we already know what the outcome is. Like, we already know everything about it. It's a genocide. They're both pro-genocide. They're going to talk about how they're both pro-genocide. I don't really know what the... The press conference is soon, but...
the chances
it's starting now.
A lot.
I mean...
When we don't work together, Israel and the United States don't work together, that creates problems. When the other side sees daylight between us and occasionally in the last few years, to put it mildly, they saw daylight, then it's more difficult. When we cooperate,
isn't it the right
chances are good.
Once and for all?
Say it.
Now that Iran is so weak, isn't it the right time to hit the nuclear facilities once and for all?
So you say Iran is so weak. I appreciate you saying that. They're not weak. They're very strong right now, and we're not going to allow them to have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. I signed a very strong proclamation.
Ready to invade Iran, guys?
In big trouble when I left. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have any money for Hezbollah. You had no problem. October 7th could have never happened. When I left, October 7th could have never happened. And frankly, Russia and Ukraine, as I said, could never have happened. They became very strong, very fast. They sold massive amounts of oil to China and everybody else who would not buy the oil when I was president, because we said, don't buy the oil. And they became very rich very quickly. But they're not.
Speaking of something actually newsworthy, worth covering, China has responded to the tariffs placed on it. Those tariffs have not been stopped, like how Trump cucked out with Canada and and Mexico. The tariffs are meant to take effect on the 10th, but Beijing has already issued retaliatory tariffs. U.S. coal, gas, and other goods, restrictions on exports of minerals, and an anti-monopoly investigation into Google. That's funny. China's tariffs will not take effect until February 10th. Okay, so theirs won't come in until the 10th. Call between Trump and Xi Jinping was scheduled. What happened very soon. That's good. That's good. Economists estimated China's proposed tariffs would cover about 20 billion of U.S. exports, compared with Mr. Trump's tariffs on more than 450 billion of Chinese goods. So, in other words, we rely way more on them than they do on us for imports. Very good. Is this as economically devastating? A flat 10% tariff on stuff from China is a pretty big, that's like a pretty big economic shock. It's definitely going to have an effect. Chances he somehow backs off on these? I mean, he's already done them. They might scale up. Are we perhaps going to war with Iran, possibly during Trump's presidency? Who knows? What's at stake for Google? Probably not that much with the antitrust investigation. What are we up with here? Trump and Newsom to meet in Washington. Trump suggests permanently resettling Palestinians from Gaza. That's great. People protect Treasury's decision to give Doge access to sensitive data. What is people? What does that mean? In front of the north face of the Treasury Department, hundreds of demonstrators stood on Tuesday holding signs, pounding drums. People protest. Oh, I'm cooked. Oh, I'm cooked. Oh, my brain is an egg on a pan. Oh, it's over. Bro, end the stream. It's over. The Gaza thing has never worked, Trump says before meeting with Netanyahu. This is true, but he probably thinks that for a different reason than I do. El Salvador's mega prison. VA nurses say they're considering the government's deferred resignation offer. I am in favor of the gutting of the federal government as long as the people who are being gutted are ones whose absence will be felt most strongly by people who voted for Trump. So yeah, Veterans Association? Fuck yeah, dude. Absolutely. I know who you voted for, you motherfuckers. Someone stole 100,000 eggs. Holy shit. That's like a third of our GDP. $100K eggs stolen. The eggs are worth about 40,000. Holy shit, that's funny. How far we've come. How do you steal that many eggs? Probably like they were preloaded into a truck, I imagine. Severe nursing shortages are affecting 60% of VA facilities. I guess that'll get worse. Wow, this suit looks awful. Sad. Chinese century on hold. Have you seen this? Well, you linked a random Reddit post from r/public freakout, so the answer is definitely not. What the fuck is this? Bounty hunter claims he doesn't have to follow laws thanks to ICE.
This is the final one, and then we can talk.
I'll make it as quick as possible. My name is Martin Alvarado. I'm a bounty hunter by trade. I've been introduced by my agency. I'm from Seattle. Tacoma called me and told me that as the waves go through, this is the first wave. The second and third is when they're going to hire us. The ICE is going to hire us bounty hunters, and they're going to be giving $1,500 to $1,000 per legal. How are you going to stop us from coming through? Because we don't have to worry about warrants. We don't really have to follow too many of the laws. And if we're going to be deputized by ICE, we can pretty much do anything we want. They're already going over there and creating the squads as we speak now.
This is probably not true at all, actually. I respect his... Maybe I'm being naive, but I don't think this is correct. This isn't really the angle to go down. The problem isn't their ability to go after immigrants. The problem is the holding facilities, you know? The problem is, like, how many of them can you hold and process? It's not really a matter of being able to just, like, go and round people up. Rounding people up is easy, you know? What's more, a lot of this is being done as, like, in concert for political propaganda. So having ICE agents roll up and arrest people, that's good propaganda. Having random civilian bounty hunters do it, less so. You're not getting the same, like, bang for your buck, basically.
That's why they called me. So as soon as I get back with my squad in Tacoma, we will be coming down the state. $1,000 per illegal is a pretty good price just to do things that you kind of enjoy. How or what you guys are going to do to stop that? Are you going to pay us more? Are you going to pay us $2,000 to just leave them alone?
I think this guy might be, like, a bit of a LARPer or whatever. It's just like a random guy at a podium, you know? There's not really any institutional...
I think you should be making those kind of comments and really create panic right now.
I'm not creating panic. I'm trying to give you guys informed of what's going on.
You're comparing numbers right now. You shouldn't be doing that.
Well, I'm just stating a fact of what are you guys going to do to stop us from doing our job.
Maybe you shouldn't be doing that job at all.
Why? What part of illegal don't you understand?
Yeah, I don't trust that. I think this guy's literally just some random mentally tweaked motherfucker coming here because he wants to, like, showboat or whatever. What are you gonna do? I don't know.
You can put a price on every human being. Every human is worth $1 amount.
It's not right.
Yeah, okay, for sure. For sure. This is like some LARPy freak. Who's trying to... yeah, call me Boba. Yeah, every human life is just worth $1 amount to me. What are you gonna do? They're gonna pay me $2,000 per illegal. Illegal means illegal. What are you gonna do? Okay.
That's not right. That's your problem. If you don't...
All right, sir, we're gonna have to ask you to stop. You know, and around here we don't refer to people as illegals.
I'm not going to
they're human beings.
Because it bothers you guys. But your sensitivity is not our problem.
Well, it is my problem.
Is a problem.
You know what? It is my problem.
Needing to beware because...
Well, it's time for you to be quiet.
Us.
It's time for you to be quiet.
Like, what is this guy... What point is he even supposed to be making here? Like, hey, I'm from out of town, and just to let you know, like, bounty hunters exist. What are you going to do? What is that? What is he here for? Is he here to, like, warn them? If so, why is he proselytizing about how illegal means illegal? Or whatever. Like, he should... Yeah, no. Just attention seeker.
It's time for you to be quiet. And leave.
Why? Because I'm telling the truth?
Because you don't even have the cojones to wear take off the mask, bro. That's why. Then there you go.
I don't think that guy's a bounty hunter. I've only been on the Peloton for a few months, but I feel like if that guy was on my ass, I feel like I could book a speedy getaway.
You got some? Now get out of here. Take them with you. Goodbye.
Oh, see me again.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Can't wait for that day. Forgive me for I didn't want it to end on that note, but you know, one thing we're not going to tolerate is disrespect and ignorance.
Oh, okay. I'd say it's a dub from the city of Sunnyside there. That dude is very high-end woman score coded. No kidding. I can't even see that well from here, but the suit looks like a good fit too. He's got his shit on. Is anyone in here saying this is bullshit, or... Nah, it's Reddit. Huge pro-trans protest in New York after a hospital stopped giving out puberty blockers. Oh my god, loud! Wait, is this real? No, this is AI. Why don't protesters just say, go fuck yourself, scumbags? Because that'd be stupid and ineffective. Why do you ask dumb questions like that?
Shame on you! NYU! Shame on you! Hey! Off the sidewalk! Who's straight? Who's straight? Who's straight? Shame on you! Who's straight? I'm straight! Who's straight? Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
This seems like a pretty well-structured protest. Good chant, signs are cohesive, people are following the lines. Good chant, good chant.
Kids are under attack. What do we do? Stand up, fight back.
Look at that, that's a lot of cohesion. See that?
What do we do? Stand up, fight back.
Snap to that.
Stand up, fight back. Say, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. Say, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When trans youth are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. Say, what do we do?
They understand the assignment, but also I'm getting yelled at. It's quite loud. Anything else in this video?
Get out of there!
Get out of there! Hey, I'm trans in here. Trans New Yorker. It's a good bit. I'm working on it. I'm trans in here. Hey, I'm transgender, and I don't know how garbage cans work. Gonna throw this out on the sidewalk. Garbage can? What? Fuck you. Not funny. Found the New Yorker. This lady posts a lot of videos.
Most importantly, I am here today as the mother of a proud trans man. I am here today as the aunt of a
Another bit. Hey, I'm a trans New Yorker. I would throw transphobes in the trash if I knew what that was conceptually. Could we move the transphobes out to the sidewalk, please?
proud trans man.
Excellent bit. Thank you.
My best friend's kid is trans, and my kid's best friend is trans. My wife and I, our lives are filled with the most amazing...
Do you remember when Eric Adams, less than 1 year ago, unveiled a trash can at a press conference to New York, and people reacted to it the way the North Sentinelese would react to a drone hovering over them?
Well, we've gotten our first look at New York City's first ever official trash bin.
Two types of Americans, those who live in New York and those who wish they could.
Sporting the trash bin with those shades.
Right,
I
yeah.
see you, Mayor.
How about that?
With music blasting in the background, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, along with the Sanitation Commissioner, unveiled the new trash and recycling bins this morning. The city says the containers will keep city streets cleaner and will cut the rat population. So important. Officials also announced that starting November 12th, landlords with residential buildings with 1 to 9 units will be required to use trash bins with secure latching lids. This means more than 70% of the city's trash will be put out for collection in a container.
Incredible. As for the other 30% of New York City trash produced by our largest residential buildings, we are coming for that too. In the spring of 2025, we will be installing on-street containers to address this final frontier of the fight against the black bags.
It's just something else, man. New York City is a crazy place. The crazy thing is, this isn't even urban decay. I think they just like it like this. Because it's always been like this. This isn't even an urban decay thing. It's just New York culture. I don't know why. It's aura. It really is. This is common. It's New York City.
Amazing, beautiful, brave, trans people, young and old, but especially young. My trans kid had his top surgery at NYU a number of years ago. His doctors were fantastic. His surgeon was the best we could have imagined. And the idea that the city is filled with young people who thought they had a place to go where they could receive the highest care, and that place has now been shut to them, sickens me to my core.
This seems like it was a pretty well-organized protest. And they did this like that? Like they organized this pretty quickly, it seems, because the executive order that led to the cancellation of those appointments that they're responding to, that was recent too. This is what I like to see. I like to see good protests, you know? Obviously. I mean, you know. We covered it, Skynet. Are you this hopeful for tomorrow's protest? Nope. Apparently, the DSA actually did something for once and played a big role in this. Well, that genuinely is quite nice. You know, I'll give credit where credit's due. How would you suggest getting involved in protests like this? Unironically, if you want to keep abreast, and I bet you all would love to, if you want to keep abreast of the news in your city, you know, especially with regard to organizing or whatever, look at your Reddit. Like your city Reddit. r/whatever. Unironically. You just keep a general eye on it. People talk like that. You see it all the time at the top. Chat got distracted. Sorry. They do that a lot. Gotta say Facebook is better for this. Yeah, but I don't use Facebook, so I can't really recommend it, you know? Too many microplastics. Oh my god, speaking of, did you guys see that microplastic study? Actually, like, insane? Yorp. Not the spoon? The spoon! You guys hear about the spoon? The amount of microplastics in tissue and brain samples has been going up. Blue is 2024, green is 2016. Apparently, the median brain now has enough microplastics in it. It weighs a plastic spoon. Like the kind you get at a fast food place, like the median brain, like your brain. The human brain contains an entire spoon's worth of microplastics. I don't got the spoons for this news. Levels are even higher in those with dementia. That sounds about right. It's a good study. It's from Nature. It's a real study. Environmental concentrations of anthropogenic microplastic and nanoplastic. Would all plastics not be anthropogenic, right? Polymer-based particulates ranging from 500 nanometers. No, that's nanometers. What is this? Picometers? Micro? That's micrometers? Okay, gotcha. I don't respect the metric system. Have increased exponentially over the past half century. Well, that's cool. Numbers are going up, folks. So how do you take out the microplastics? Well, you can't. Brain tissues were found to harbor 7 to 30 times higher proportions of MNPs compared to plastics in the liver or kidney. Electron microscopy verified the nature of the isolated brain MNPs, which present largely as nanoscale shard-like fragments. You see what those little bits are? Look at that. That's in your brain right now. Billions of them. Probably not good. This is why I bought a nice wooden cutting board. Yeah, you should definitely invest in a nice wooden cutting board, for sure. Though I don't know, microplastics are just that. They're micro. They're not like little bits of plastic that are getting chopped up in your plastic cutting board, you know? Like they're the aerosolized tire dust when you use a car, like the tire dust. But do microplastics actually do anything to us in our bodies? Well, the fact that people with dementia have higher concentrations of it probably does mean something, yeah. It's bioaccumulation, so that means we're eating things with the plastics already in them. Yeah. It's like microscopic particles in the food that we eat because the animals ate the things that had the microplastics in them and so on and so forth, you know? Anything we can do about this? Nope. Nah, nope. No, there's probably no lifestyle changes that you could make to prevent this, apart from only consuming food that you've, like, chemically pre-processed to remove all plastic, which I don't think is really viable. Ooh, see, yeah, the dementia cases have way more brain microplastics. That's probably not good. One whole spoon in my brain. Feel it itching. Could they create a means to remove plastic from us or foods? Well, the problem is that the whole reason we use plastic for stuff is that it's really chemically inert. There's not a lot of stuff that, like, disintegrates plastic. If there was, it wouldn't be such an issue with the landfills. So, you know, once it's in you, it's kind of in you. A study published on Thursday found tiny plastic pollution to be significantly higher in placentas from premature births. Microplastics can block blood vessels in the brains of mice, causing neurological damage, but noted that human capillaries are much larger. Well, that's nice. Most common plastic found was polyethylene, which is used in plastic bags and food and drink packaging. It made up 75% of the total plastic on average, mostly nanoscale shards and flakes of plastic. Plastic concentrations in the organs were not influenced by age, cause of death, their sex, or ethnicity. Wonder if there's any good news. You know? Just a little bit, maybe? Is there any way to get rid of it? Where's the actual article? Here, let me find the... Here it is. The good news? Drinking boiled tap water reduces human intake of nanoplastics and microplastics. What? Because it makes the nanoplastics settle? I'm not doing that shit. That's too much work. I'm gonna treat every drink of water like I have to boil it, then treat it like it's Greek coffee or something, where you don't drink the sludge at the bottom. Discussion. Yeah, I understand all this. I'm a doctor. Yerp. The microplastics don't break down at all. They only get broken into smaller and smaller pieces, unless they are under extreme circumstances. Yeah, though the smaller they are, the less likely they're able to block blood veins, I guess. So at least there's that. There was a study that showed giving blood reduces microplastics in the body. Or in other words, blood filtration removes microplastics. And and plasma as well. What damage does the plastic do specifically, though? Well, plastic is mostly chemically inert or biochemically inert. So it's not like a heavy metal. It's not like having lead in your brain, right? Like lead in your brain, it bonds with the chemical receptors that are meant to bond with iron, and then they can't bond with anything ever again because it can't process the lead. It's not like a heavy metal. You know, it's not like mercury poisoning or whatever. But it's also like, because it's so biochemically inactive, how do you remove it? There are ways of chemically degrading plastic, but you don't want to do that to plastic that's in your body, you know? Theoretically, it could cause strokes down the line, no? Well, thankfully, we have big blood vessels, you know? There are differences between us and mice when it comes to, like, the way in which surface tension and, like, accumulation on the surfaces of the interior of the blood vessel affect the likelihood of the plastic piling up to the point where it could cause a stroke or whatever else. So, hopefully... Look, the real question is, okay? Hopefully the dementia caused the higher levels of microplastics, not the other way around. And I know what you're thinking. How would that work? Wouldn't the higher levels of microplastics cause the dementia? Yeah, probably. But it is possible that a dementia-addled brain, which physically is different from a non-dementia-addled brain, might be less capable of purging microplastics from itself. There might be like a weakening of the regulatory functions that might be more receptive to damage and accumulation. It's possible. A dementia-addled brain is different from a non-dementia-addled brain. So, you know, maybe. I think the article said that a causal link should not be assumed specifically because the damage would be expected to lead to that. So the article is suggesting my hypothesis might be correct, that a dementia-addled brain might just be worse at regulating and repelling the microplastics. Correct? Well, that's good. I'm so glad we fund research like this. Yeah, for now. This was actually the last study the government will ever fund. I don't know if the government funded this. I'm just saying shit. Looking at the graph, that theory seems likely. There's such a large gap between the two brain types and amount of plastics. You're right. That's a good point. If you look at this, right here, you know, down here you have concentrations in normal brains, and then up here you have concentrations in dementia brains. The difference is massive. Like, you've got, like, the median down here is sub 5,000 brain microplastics per gram, you know, whatever measurement they're using. Whereas up here in the dementia cases, we're between 10 and 50,000. That's a pretty massive gulf, which suggests that it's not just microplastics causing the dementia. Because if that was the case, why would these individuals have so much microplastics in their brain? Like, what are they doing to get 10 times the amount of microplastics, you know? Dementia patients on average are older, so they would have accumulated more plastic over time. Nope. It said that the results did not, there were not differences based on age. Age was not a factor in the accumulation of microplastics. It could be related to the vascular flow to the brain. I think that's a perfectly cromulent hypothesis. There are studies for injectable enzymes to remove microplastics. I'm so enzyme pilled. Like I was saying earlier today on stream, I'm so fucking enzyme pilled. Fill my guts with, fill my guts with bacteria that can digest everything. I don't care. None of you are my type. Earlier time frames. Here. Atrophy of brain tissue, impaired blood-brain barrier integrity, and poor clearance mechanisms are hallmarks of dementia and would be anticipated to increase MNP concentrations. Thus, no causality is assumed from these findings. Yes! Good news, guys. Microplastics in the brain might not cause dementia. It might be the other way around. It might mean that people with dementia get a tasty plastic treat on the way out. For all we know, it doesn't even affect them negatively. That's not what they're studying here. And remember, the best way to prevent things like dementia and Alzheimer's is use chopsticks and play video games. Not kidding. Keep an active mind, folks. The Asians really are winning. Not to play on ethnic stereotypes, but it probably isn't a coincidence that a ton of white people seem to, like, mentally fade in their 70s or whatever, especially when they live in, like, suburban McMansions and experience nothing new and don't talk to people. And there are tons and tons and tons of old people in Tokyo that I saw while out in Tokyo that were just doing their shit like normal, you know? I don't think it's just a chopsticks thing either. I think a lot of it is unironically like an urban like walkable neighborhood thing. Like in America, if you want to get groceries, you have to get in your car and drive 25 minutes if you live in the suburbs maybe, to go to the grocery store, and you don't talk to anyone and you're in a bubble. right? As opposed to like walking downstairs, then walking 3 blocks or whatever, then walking back, you know? You got to activate the brain. It's exercise too? Yeah, exercise. The diet probably helps as well, to be sure. I mean, I met plenty of 70-year-olds in my city that were doing shit. I'm speaking very generally, but when I think of like old person who is still very much on their beat, I think of like an old in America, I think of like New York City Jewish people because a lot of them live in very tight-knit communities, so they're like socializing with large groups of people. New York City is very walkable. They're doing stuff. And when I think globally, like I just remember going to Tokyo and just there were like a lot of old people, not like 70, but old people who are just doing shit, you know? It has nothing to do with ethnicity. It's just like, you know, keep your brain active, I think. Well, young people can't afford to live in Tokyo. Shows what you know. Tokyo is incredibly affordable. If you guys wanted to, you want to get the paperwork, you could go over there. Housing costs over there, very, very, very cheap. Stagnating population growth, and they keep building new houses. Yeah, no? Yeah, yes. What do you mean, yeah, no? Tokyo is affordable as fuck, but not for everyone? Well, yeah, that's the case for any city. How do they view trans people and disabled people? Disabled people, they hate you. Trans people really depends. Japan's government and people are relatively conservative, but in more of a like staunch, stiff upper lip, we don't like change kind of way than an openly reactionary, we will throw rocks at you kind of way. So it kind of depends on, you know. It should be noted you still have to pay American taxes as an expat. Well, yeah. You're welcome to feel vindicated, but if you missed it, heavy cannabis use has proven to reduce working memory. Yeah, you shouldn't do that shit, man. It's not good for you. Every one of you, I bet, knows somebody who either is or will be like an actual waste of life because they spent their 20s smoking so much weed that it fucked their brain, and now they can't concentrate on anything and they have no ambition. Fuck that, dude. At least being drunk means you can get some stories out of it, you know? Drunk people do funny things. What do high people do? Nothing. Worthless drug. As a former alcoholic who uses weed to deal, fuck you. I take your hate. Judge me by the character of the people who hate me. I can feel your inbox filling up. Don't worry. Stream still goes for another few minutes, so if we wait long enough, they'll forget to email me. If I throw away all my weed right now, is there still time for me to go back, or is my brain fried after 3 years of weed use? You're fine. 3 years of weed use, you're probably fine. Best time to quit is today. Well, first, best time to quit was the day you started. Second best time to quit is today. You'll be okay. You got this. One of my best friends, a weed addict. He's basically completely non-functional. He's 22. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. It's pretty fucked up. I wonder if we're ever going to hit the 2-spoon point. Sorry, it's a very interesting study, don't you think? Pretty relevant. I mean, it's from Nature. It's not like a little, you know, Rindink University study. A lot of people working on it too. Hey! Oh, nothing. Trans rights. Thank you, Kizzy, for the $50. I agree. I think that they should have rights. It's a controversial position to hold in this day and age, but I stand by it. I'm very consistent in this respect. Close, 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 close. You talked about Trump and Netanyahu's meeting. Not much to talk about apart from that. You know, they met. They're meeting. They are meeting currently, but you know. Well, I agree with that, Travenoid. Anyway, thank you, Kizzy. I really appreciate that. Flips and Buried Alive, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Joined in 2019. One of your first streams I watched was the cucked country simile you mentioned. Back then I thought bull refers to the animal, got confused. Yeah, it's difficult keeping everyone, you know, appraised of the current terminology. But that's why we're all here together, right? The Vosh channel is basically just a massive psyop designed to help integrate zillennial slang into the minds and lives of people who care about politics. Bananable and Zach of All Trades, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate those. Yeah, the UK probably still isn't as bad as the US when it comes to bureaucratic bloat. I can't talk at all today. I'm very hungry. FAZ and Alya, thank you for the tier 2 subs both. Really appreciate that. Just did a canvassing shift on Sunday, and have 2 more coming up this week. It's such a nice way to contribute. Thanks for letting me know it's a thing. Hey, I'm really happy to hear that. I hope you're enjoying it. It really does feel good to actually get involved and not just like doom scroll from the sidelines, you know? Huge improvement. Huge, huge, huge. Reading this because it confirms my priors. As a former weed addict, I am a million times more productive, happy, and motivated since quitting it. Don't get me wrong, I still smoke every once in a while, but these weed addicts in your chat coping yard and getting defensive as fuck is sad. Happens every time. Happens every time. And I'm only rooting for them. You know, they think I'm the enemy. They don't realize I'm here for them. It's like how their fathers told them to clean their room when they were a kid, and they said, "Fuck you, Dad." Then they get to college and their room looks like shit and they get depressed and they go on a bender. And then 2 years after that, they're like, holy shit, I can't believe it, but cleaning my room actually really improves my mood. Literally living with a house full of stoners changed my perspective on weed, Vosh. It was horrible. What's your perspective on prescription weed? I don't think it has anything to do with what I'm talking about, really. Because when I talk about people who are smoking like 4 bowls a day and smoke before going out to do grocery shopping, you're not doing it for pain management, you know? If you're smoking weed to help with like chronic nausea or pain, like, okay, obviously, you know? It's not what I'm going after. But normally, the stuff you want for the like medicinal marijuana, isn't it like, it's not like you're smoking a bowl, right? It's like a it's like the CBD oil something. Yeah. It's like the part of the weed that makes you relaxed, but not the part that like cognitively fucks you. Right? Am I correct on that? CBD? I don't know. I'm not like a weed lord. It depends. It depends, but I'm speaking generally, you know? THC is high, CBT is medicinal. Okay, yeah. I'm happy to hear that, Noxamillion. What should people use to replace weed? I don't know, a rich and full life, I suppose. I don't know what you mean by replace. Your friends, air, water? Yeah, I don't know. So you don't really need that. People turn to drugs because they're, usually because they're looking to escape something. You have to deal with that thing, and improve your life. You know? Just trying to be careful, Kizzy. Oh God, this is going to be another autism two-step. No, it's, listen, how fucked is it that it's controversial and rabble-rousing to say something like habitual use of drugs is bad, and usually people who do it have another issue in their life that they're avoiding and they should deal with it and try and improve their lives. Like, is that not, like, I mean, come on. Past a point. It's like, we just don't want to confront people, you know? But I'll confront you. That's conservative thinking. True. What about rarely using it? Sure, if you want. I don't know. It's not up to me to tell you if you have a problem. I mean, if you come in here and you say I smoke 8 bowls a day, but I don't have a problem, I'll tell you you're full of shit and lying to yourself and me. If you're going to tell me like, oh, I only smoke from time to time, okay. I don't really drink. I drink like maybe once every 2 months. Usually when I'm out at a restaurant. Probably don't have an issue with it. Vavash, many of us literally don't have any idea how to deal with that thing that we're using the drug to hide from, so it feels like you're saying we're supposed to just suffer. You're not going to know how to deal with it if you're high all the time. Learn helplessness shit you talk about is real, but unlearning it can feel impossible. Well, it can feel impossible, but it's not. Like, that's all I can say. Like, I'm not trying to forehead post here. I understand it's hard. I'm just saying it's what you have to do, right? Like, sometimes life's hard. I'm not mitigating it. Or sorry, I should say I'm not minimizing it. I'm not, like, ignoring it or anything. I'm just saying, you know, it's still something you have to deal with. I am going through my Pez bag slower these days, Tempest. I still have a few every day. Just a little bit. Modern weed is so fucked up compared to what it was 20 to 30 years ago. That's true too, yeah. Modern weed is like, it's like even like 15 years ago, getting high was like a guy would sell you a plastic baggie full of stems for $60, and you would be like, okay, so you light it on fire and then you like inhale the smoke, right? Nowadays, it's like, for $5 you can get like the ultimate giga THC fucking chem blaster, where you're basically like throating the barrel of a vape shotgun, pulling the trigger and having like 900 times the concentrated THC blasted directly into your lungs than you could have ever gotten 15 years ago. Yeah, there was good weed 15 years ago, but 15 years ago I was a 15-year-old boy, so yeah, I didn't really have my finger on the pulse of the, you know, of the market at the time. Arcane Kisses, thank you for the $5. My city's Republican rep candidate in the last election just got appointed to lead a counter-terror agency. He's on some S-tier Hitlerite shit, if I recall correctly. Nice. Race Carlock, thank you for the $5. I'm afraid that link doesn't work, so I can't even take a peek at it, but I appreciate it nonetheless. No Wonder, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Picked up this jacket today at Goodwill, and I love it. Finally not blue denim for a change. Ah, that's really nice. That looks really good. I like it. I didn't know Levi's made something like this. Levi's field jacket. Wonder how old that is. Really like that. It's got the quilted lining on the inside. That's good. I like that. Assume that's an M65, judging from the collar. Well, not a real M65. You know what I mean. Anyway, it looks really good. Now only 2 pockets. Got hand warmers. It doesn't look exactly like any field jacket, but it is a field jacket. Inspired by. You're welcome for the Coke, Catfish, Billy Bob. It'll all be okay. Maybe. French Roll 05, thanks the $10. Listening to Schumer and Jeffries is so infuriating. Like, be mad darn if they're stealing your country, my country. Inflation means nothing to me right now. Yeah, it's pretty fucking infuriating. Yep. Elenita Express, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Vorg, thank you for the $5. Hey Vosh, love the streams, especially when your cats come on. Oh, I like seeing my cats as well. Here's my little puppy the day we got her about 12 years ago now. Aww. That's like this is like a very handsome dog, you know? It's like a professional photo shoot. It's a very, went to the hairdressers beforehand, you know? Very clean cut. Kowalski, thanks the $5. Who needs weed when you can just go get a rotisserie chicken from the store for like $6? True! I'm not actually a big rotisserie chicken guy personally. But yeah, I agree with the sentiment of what you're saying, you know? The underlying message. You feel like people would smoke weed less if they were better at cooking because they wouldn't need weed to make their shitty food taste good? Know what I'm saying? You get me. Kane 111th with the $5. Don't know what you've said or your opinion on this, but what do you think about ghosting? Do you think it's bad when people do it, or should we just accept it as normal? Everyone ghosts and has ghosted someone, even if you think you haven't. It's rude to do, but sometimes it is the path of least resistance for everyone involved. You know? I used to be really fucking mad at people when they ghosted me when I was a kid, but now that I'm an adult and popular and have my own shit going on, it's just so difficult sometimes, and a lot of the people who message can't take hints. You can't have like a full conversation with everyone with a person who doesn't get that shit, you know what I mean? Look, it's not good, but you have to learn that people are all living their own lives, and it's not always a personal indictment against you if someone's life doesn't have room for you, you know? And you have to understand, you've done that to other people too. Shouldn't take it too personally. Now, I'm speaking generally. Obviously, if you have like a beloved, a betrothed, and then they fucking leave you at the altar or whatever, like, you know, come on, exercise some good sense. What is sex ghosting? Wait, I'm sorry. I thought we meant ghosting as in no longer responding to someone. Ghosting can also mean when you slip a condom off and continue to fuck someone who thinks you're still wearing a condom. That's rape. I'm talking about not responding to somebody. Isn't that stealthing? Oh, you're right. Then what am I thinking of? What's the other thing that ghosting is used to describe? Sorry, no. You're right. What's the other thing ghosting is used to describe? Being spooky? Ah, yeah, I don't condone that. I don't condone that at all. I don't think that's good. Pancake13, thanks the tier 1 sub. If everyone's suffering, hopefully means most Americans wake the fuck up. Yeah, well, the incompetence of the administration is our path to victory here, though it's not an easy path, I'm afraid. But, you know, hopefully that's, I mean, that's the best case scenario, basically. Going to any cons this year? I think I've had enough of cons, personally. Do you get it? No one gets me. Joan, Andre Mogasan, Yuki, and Mark Lester, thank you for the $2 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Vosh, how do we fight back against all this? For the most part, you can't. Be a good citizen, okay? Work hard, save your money, get educated, don't break the law, be an active participant in resistance movements when possible, whether that means working at your local food bank, being media trained and aware enough that when a news reporter comes up to you, you can give them a good quip that goes viral, whatever. But like, your persistence is the foundation upon which all future victories will be built, okay? You're not here to martyr yourself for a cause. You're in it for the long run, all right? Try to make your community a better place. Panacea Pan and Fish, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I went to a small antique store and bought some books for $5 each, and the owner looked so happy. I was his first sale that day at 10 minutes to close. Actually heartbreaking. You shouldn't have told me that. It is genuinely crazy how much amazing shit there is. No one fucking goes in because everyone's driving to a TGI Fridays or ordering off Amazon. Really, really sad. But I'm really glad you went in there. I get it, Rubles. You can smoke as much as you want if you're a line cook. I know how it is. Barshu, thank you for the 2137 currency. Knotted Alpaca, Nicholas Del Toro, and Stephen Falvo, thank you for the $2 all. Thoughts on Kropotkin? He would have liked my streams. The Flag Dragon, thank you for the $5. Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries is bought for sure. Steve Amling, thank you for the $10. You probably have, but have you watched Darth Gothic MAGA, How Tech Billionaires Plan to Destroy? That was the crash out dono. Yeah. Red Baron, thank you for the £2. Andre Mogasan, Nani Vitali, Arcane Spaghetti, and DH, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we'll see how FIFA goes. Deadly Ice Storm covering the Midwest. Couldn't be me. Sometimes you can use your free speech, make political signs / art, and put it everywhere. They use road signs all the time, so can we. Yeah, just be responsible with it, you know? So many people treat political resistance as a form of lifestyleism in America because you people are so fucking pampered and spoiled, you have no idea how else to do it. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why anti-fascist movements in, like, Italy or Greece or whatever are often comprised of, like pretty militant adults who have a real chip on their shoulder, and then Antifa in America is 100% polyamorous queer college students, you know? There's a reason for that. Tajirai, Dergs, and Tajirai again, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Doctors for America are suing over the removal of health information from the HHS, CDC, and FDA websites that is used daily to save people's lives. We'll see if anything comes of it. And Laura Dana 22, thank you for the 25 Romanian currency. Millennial in Romania getting US news from you. Hi, we're all like me. Caught you at the beginning of the stream, now at the end of my EST shift, listening to you again. Cheers. That's really sweet. I'm really honored that I can be a reliable source of information to you. You know, I try the best that I can. I think a solid like half of today's stream was informative. The rest of it was jokes, but that's a good ratio. Infotainment's kind of the way of the future. Joe Rogan is the single biggest news source in America. So, you know, trying to keep with the times when in Rome. Joan, Duns the Doctor, and Zach of All Trades, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. So switching away from microwave-safe plastic dishes to ceramic in the microwave wouldn't help at all? Probably not. It seems like it seems like that's not really where it's coming from. Like, the stuff we think the microplastics is coming from, like that, I'm sure that doesn't help. But yeah, it's mostly aerosolized, and it's in our food and water. It's literally everywhere. It's not just like the plastic container, you know? Now, will switching it for ceramic help in a minute way, perhaps? But I wouldn't be too... There's not much you can do about this, basically. So don't get too paranoid with it, okay? My grandfather in Morocco walked 5 miles a day at his old age back when he was younger. He used to be a nomad in the desert. He lived to be 105. Jesus. That rules. The only thing I really know about Morocco, apart from the fact that Spain pays them to be racist, is that they have a clothing brand that I really like. But they don't sell anywhere here in the US, at least not that I'm aware of. They have fun hats? I didn't know that. Look at this dope ass shit. Hell yeah. They've got the highest rise trousers, man. Look at that. Chinos and the deck shoes, and then the military bomber with the big big polo. Looks real good. I mean, you can give it a crack if you want, PP Separ, but it's not really there's not a training camp for it. How do you think people should style bombers? They're really easy to style, honestly. But you can do whatever you want with it. The rise is high enough that it's starting to look comical. I like it. I think it looks real good. They had some absolutely gorgeous sweaters that unfortunately went out of stock like 8 seconds after they released it. Also, it'd be kind of cool to have some clothes that are made in North Africa. You know? Round out the continents a little bit. That's really pretty. Yeah, it's not too expensive either. Obviously, you guys are going to give me shit for it, but a $260 high-quality wool zip cardigan, you know, there are people paying a lot more than $260 for something like that. Oh, nice, the arrived hussars. Hell yeah. You get something that works for you, you can wear it basically forever. Yeah, look at how high-rise their pants are. They love that shit. Over there at Cass Atlantic, they're like, fuck yeah. What if our, you know, just fuck me up. Give me like a 18-inch rise on my pants. Looks good, though? Yeah. It used to be more common back in like the 50s, you know? It's not like it's extreme in a historical context. Nice, no wonder. They're really good. Got a real high opinion of them. Just make sure you take your measurements right. Wool bad, though? Wool good. Wool is great for heat regulation. Wool itchy? It totally depends on how it's woven. There's plenty of wool that's not itchy. Often, thick gauge yarn is going to be itchy. They have outerwear? I don't know if they do jackets. They separate their pants into a different section. Oh, these shirts are wool. How nice. Sorry, I'm distracted. Kowalski, thanks the $5. Best way to fight fascist MAGA nationalism is with American patriotism. We are the grand army of the republic. They wish to kill it. It is something we're going to have to do a little more to rep, you know? Rufus, thank you for the $5, and likewise Rubles. Lord Bewood, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. I'm tired, but I persist. Thanks for continuing to make my days a bit better. Happy to entertain. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Sheep wool is itchy. Alpaca is very soft, odor resistant, water resistant. Yeah, there are many different kinds of wool, but even sheep wool can be woven in a way that isn't itchy. The itchiness of wool isn't because it's wool, it's how it's woven, how the gauge of the yarn, you know? And Serendipity Child, thank you for the 5 Australian. Collect good people and look after them. True. Absolutely. All right, folks. I love you all very much. It's been a fun stream, I say sarcastically. I mean, you know, it's been fun in the sense that I enjoy my job. It hasn't been fun in the sense that we're covering good news. The news is exclusively bad, just across the board, you know, just pretty much unrelentingly bad. The closest thing we got to good news was when the study on every American having a spoon worth of plastic in their brain said that the microplastics might not be causing dementia, but rather the dementia is allowing for further accumulation of microplastics. That was the only good news we got. Maybe tomorrow will be better. It's something. Take care. You'll see me tomorrow.